you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, movers and shakers. On the 3rd of February, this is Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios with your friendly host, Jimmy Mack. Well, somewhat friendly.
Somewhat friendly. By the way, these firefighters couldn't have been friendly, but they must have felt extraordinarily relieved and a really rewarding sense of accomplishment. Dig this. Firefighters responded to a pond in Kentucky where a horse wandered out onto the ice and found itself unable to stand on the slippery surface. The Franklin County Fire Department said on social media that crews responded to multiple calls Friday about a horse stuck on the ice of a frozen pond.
No.
You know how tough that is to actually get that thing back up on its feet in a frozen pond? They were able to pull the equine, named Shooter, back to shore where it was found to be free of serious injuries. We're happy to report that Shooter is recovering well, the Post said. You actually can find that post where they talk about it on Facebook at the Franklin County Fire Department. That's over in Kentucky, by the way. The photos are haunting. They're haunting and then they're kind of uplifting because the first photo is the horse on the ice, and it looks fairly treacherous. The next photos is when they got the horse back in the barn.
Ah, okay.
Which is a good feeling, you know what I'm saying? I mean, can you even imagine trying to get, I mean, you can't pick, I mean, you're basically pushing the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially you're pushing and pulling the thing because there's no way you're getting that thing back up on its feet. That's pointless. And you're also risking the chance that it puts it and you under the ice.
Dude, being a human and stuck on ice like that has happened to me before. It's not a good time. I could imagine being a horse and just being like, shoot me now. Okay, what is this magic? What is going on? You failed me. The world has failed me.
Failed.
Oh,
and by the way,
God.
horses can swim, as you well know.
Yeah, but ice.
But
what?
ice, ooh, man.
How do they do? Because that's a very good question. This might be a dumb question. How do they do on very cold temperatures,
They're okay.
certain breeds, right?
Oh, they're okay. Yeah, I mean, there's certain breeds that are kind of designed for that. They're okay.
Yeah.
It's the ice. You can't get out. I mean, and the thing is too, it's that they run a lot harder than we do. I don't know if you know this about Secretariat. When it won the Triple Crown, it lived until its 20s.
Dude,
okay?
I knew a little bit too much about Secretariat. Go ahead. Sorry.
But when they did the autopsy on it, its heart was 2.5 times the size of most normal horses' hearts, which meant it was a giant oxygen-producing machine.
Yeah.
That's athletic advantage. Maybe the greatest athlete of the 20th century. Possibly the greatest athlete of the 20th century. That last race, Seacott looked back. Everybody thought he was looking back out of some sense of arrogance.
Yeah.
He thought there'd been a spill. It got so quiet. He had taken such a lead that things got so quiet around him. The crowd went quiet too, but nobody could believe that it was seen. And so the place just it went crazy a moment later, but there was a sense of, oh my God. I mean, it came out smoking in that last race, and it keeps on going. They all thought that it had come out too fast in the beginning.
Can you, speaking of too fast, can you imagine if horses were on steroids like other athletes?
Well, no, you can imagine. It's called juicing a horse, dude.
Is that a thing?
Oh, you can juice. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you can, but I want to see a juiced up horse.
No. I mean, you can juice up a horse. You can also bring it down a little bit too. You can remove its anxiety. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. All kinds of cheating going on in racing.
I was about to say, so going back to the horse Shooter, is his last name McGavin, or is he just his own?
I'm going to let that roll.
Okay.
Right off the green,
nice.
Into the sand trap, just kind of.
Come on, Shooter!
Come on, man. I eat pieces of like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of for breakfast? Ew.
I just love that one of my favorite parts of that movie is the fact that, oh my God, come on, help me out. Price is Right.
Bob Barker.
Yeah, Bob Barker wouldn't do the movie.
The price is wrong.
Yeah.
Unless he won the fight.
Unless he won the fight and he could actually hit him. And I was like, man, Bob Barker, you're a good man. We got 2 calls whenever you're ready to take them, my friend.
We're going to bounce in, but we should deal with some trucking news and some transportation news here for a second. Transportation Commissioner for Northern Mississippi says Well, put the blame on him for the interstate shutdown and the recent freeze across the state. He's accepting full responsibility. Hundreds of cars and trucks, as we reported on here, for more than 12 hours on Interstate 55 were stuck. Interstate 22, Highway 78, also saw those kind of, stoppages earlier this week after the winter storm brought freezing temperatures that iced the roads and made them impassable. Now the Transportation Commissioner says that the roadway preparation went exactly as planned, but his allocation of resources is what caused the serious backups. I don't know if that's entirely true, but good on him, by the way. John Caldwell, the Transportation Commissioner for Northern Mississippi, told this to Fox 13 in Mississippi. Actually, the roadway prep went as well as we could have expected. You know, there's a lot of accusations that we didn't salt the roads, but that's just wrong. Caldwell says that several counties experienced power outages and substantial damage from the icy weather, so he sent resources to those places to help get them up and running. Caldwell says that when he did that, other areas such as the interstates were left without much maintenance and serious weather conditions. He also went on to say that that little shift was probably the one that really hurt us the most, because by the time we got back here, it was all ice. It wasn't as manageable as it needed to be. There's plenty of criticism to go around, and if anybody wants to, there's a lot of people looking for somebody to blame. That would be me. We started shorthanded, and we finished shorthanded, he continued. So we did get help from the other district, Was it enough? No. Was it the right place at the right time? Probably not. So we have to figure out how we missed our mark and how we need to do it better next time. This is what Brad White, the executive director of Mississippi's Department of Transportation, had to say. If you look back knowing what we know now, there are some things we certainly would have done differently. But like the governor said, we learn something from every storm. The way that Mississippi responds and prepares for hurricanes changed drastically after Katrina. I'm sure that the way we respond to ice storms will change a lot after this. I know why he did it, by the way, because, this is one of those things, too, by the way, and I'm actually picking on some people who are regular listeners here. It's a big nothing burger. I guess nothing happens. Sometimes nothing happens because people do what they're supposed to do. This is what it looks like. And there are two things here. There's another thing here, too, by the way. Mississippi doesn't spend nothing on nothing.
Yeah.
Mississippi doesn't spend nothing on nothing. And what I think he was doing was protecting his employees from the inevitable nastiness that always ends their way, because one of the things I do when I call in to complain to somebody, until they act in bad faith, that person, I go, look, before we begin, I know you're not the one who canceled my flight. Before we begin, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Telling a waiter or a waitress, you ain't cooking the food. It ain't your fault.
Yeah.
My water has stayed filled. My bread came out. You've checked on me promptly.
Yeah.
I'm angry. But you got to do that. But this is one of those moments, by the way, where we got to take a good hard look at things and kind of go, maybe if he'd have had the resources to take care of both the power outages and the roads and the manpower to do it, but we can do it with nothing. We don't need nothing from nobody. Yeah, doing stuff on the cheap often, pays off in regards to the bottom line, but it doesn't always pay off in regards to serving your constituents. By the way, I always point to the Kansas experiment, and I always point to those places that thought, you know what, we can cut back. We don't need to clean rest areas for truckers. We don't need to clean rest areas for tourists. We'll cut back on that. You ever seen what a state looks like? Page in Nebraska. Running out of toilet paper at rest areas.
Ooh, nope.
I mean, a bad
That's
scene,
a no-go.
dude. A bad scene. As our good friend Phone Master Dre said before we get to all the calls, welcome all you pneumonians. Welcome all you RGRs. Welcome all you members of the reconstituted road gang, because this is the greatest transportation show in the known universe. Forget about Zebulon 5. This place is where it's meant to be. And we'll be talking to Chowder here in a second, who says top of the morning from Kentucky, by the way, land of rescued horses. Lovey and Earl 504, good morning back to you, by the way. Brad Bentley says, good morning, gang. And we'll be talking about him in a second as well. The Paranormal Pie Man says, yodelay hee ho, or just simply, Dre, say it with me.
Yo. Yodelay hoo hoo.
Daryl Bogan says, good morning, RGR. Glad to have you on board, Daryl. Hope to see more of you. Been seeing a lot of you recently. And Joe J says, morning from Montgomery, Alabama. loading some lumber to head north. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up button. We got lots of great content coming your way today, lots of great content in the past, and a newsletter that will be making its debut on Friday, Gauge Illuminations. If you haven't subscribed already, subscribe at RadioNemo.com, and we will be dropping that in to you coming this Friday. And speaking of people who are coming now, Chowda, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, family.
Good
morning, family. Well, I'm pretty good today. Ironically, we're talking about horses in the beginning of the show, and I was going by Lexington and the sign for rescued horses. You know, these horses down here are pretty coddled, Jimmy and Dre. These things got like condominium heated housing here, and they don't even go out in the ice and snow. What the heck? But I guess, you know, we used to run a couple horses. Chowda did. We had I call them Clydesdales, but they were really Belgians, one size down, but they looked really similar. And we hauled, I would say, miles of fence posts and woods. Most ranching farmers would call that acres. But I was in a lot of aches and pain with the amount of posts and fence we put up using Clydesdales. But those things didn't seem to mind cold and snow. I guess they were northern, not coddled.
Well, not Arabian.
Neither here nor there.
Well, it's kind of like, I mean,
neither here nor there.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair, because I dig where you're coming from. But you know, Arabian horses probably should, you know, be in the kind of climates that is more, you know, kind of acceptable for them. But Clydesdales, man, some of those thoroughbreds and some of those Clydesdales, ooh, man, they can deal with that cold, can't they?
In the snow?
Yeah. Here comes the big number one. Budweiser. Remember those commercials?
But also, Jimmy, you guys are the only transportation show that I can tell that exists anywhere. So that's always a bonus. But I was listening to the DAT report yesterday on the podcast, you know, with our good friend Dean Croak from Bostonian.
Yeah.
And I was very intrigued because I feel like I'm getting smarter, but maybe I just know different numbers now. You know, about that flatbed rate he's talking about going up and all that. And I got thinking, I said, Chowda, and Chowda said, yes, Jeff. And I said, well, I wonder if that freight rate change from Florida to New York and the increased price has anything to do with the fact that they had mayor change up in the city boroughs area. And is companies charging more due to the unknowing stability of what regulations and rules, laws they want to tinker with and tweak a little bit? So I send him that message. And then the other one with the flatbed rates going up, I wonder if we're going to see a spike in rates over this year and into next year late, because there's a little event that'll be happening in the LA area known as the Olympics. And I wonder if there's going to have to be a spike in rate to get more freight and materials out there to rebuild and build that up faster to be ready for it. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting, too, by the way. This is why so much of we're all following, and we don't talk about it because it isn't our purview or our bailiwick, but this is why so much of international tension with neighbors that is going on in the world is so kind of crucial. It's really kind of imperative for us to figure out ways to bring the temperature down because, man, we would like that spike to be a big old spike. We would like it to be a massive spike with the combination of the Olympics and the World Cup and all that groovy stuff headed our way. You know, that could actually, I'm telling you right now, dude, in regards to the trucks that deliver food and services and all the other stuff and the construction projects and all that, yeah, I mean, it could be a real nice situation. We just got to keep our heads cool. You know what I'm saying? We got to prove to people that we're not teething. We are at the 2.5 point.
That's right.
At the 2.5 point of our age of the country. So no teething right now. No teething.
Yeah. Hey, and one other thing, Jimmy, before I expire my time, I wanted to first tell you that I got an update yesterday from my brother-in-law. They had a memorial supper up there, and that's right, it's supper, S-U-P-P-A-H, up there for my sister and them, and they raised $10,000 and some change in dollars, which was really appreciative off a spaghetti supper. And then also, you know how you always say, I don't want to say preach because I don't know if you're a reverend or ordained, but you always talk about all politics are local and all local politics carry to national. Well, I had a chance to talk with Representative Dusty Johnson of South Dakota at the stock show this weekend. And I had another nice thing, and it's always good when you know you left an impression on somebody, because I never leave impressions. I can't even do impressions, but he actually knew me, came up to me, mentioned me by name, and we sat and talked a few minutes about transportation and shutdowns and, things, and he was real apologetic for not being able to get anything really accomplished. And I told him, I said, hey, I heard you on the House floor a few times, and you tried, and that's all we could ask. But it's always nice when politicians will come up and ask you as a nobody about something in your industry.
Well, I'm going to tell you a couple of things. First of all, is that you're not a nobody, and I understand when you say what you mean by that. But I want to say that you're not a nobody because you actually, much like Joe J, much like the Paranormal Pie Man, Daryl, and everybody else that's listening, you have an area of expertise that, with the exception of maybe 5 members of the House of Representatives. Many of them know the issues very well. Many of them have made a point of getting up to speed. But there's only like 5 or 6 members of the U.S. Congress right now who actually can speak to driving a truck, genuinely driving a truck. And 1 or 2 of them actually come from the military sector of driving a truck. So you actually you are somebody, and that's, we were talking about the fact that my dad and I were saying that one of the things about America is that, you don't you only can win playing by the rules if you help write them. And that sounds very cynical, but it's not as cynical as it sounds in a democracy and in a republic where you have access to the people who are making the laws, because if you do, you can then be part of the solution towards writing better ones. And so in that way,
that's right.
You're a guy who's on top of it. Chowder, I got to go do this. Speaking of our country, it's national anthem time. So would you care to give us a send-off before our deep breath?
All right. This is Road Gang Radio, where only the road news is carried through trucking. And it's time for our national anthem. Good word from our pastor. And we love you all, and ain't nothing you can do about it. Have a good day, guys.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? Many people won't get that because they don't remember Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers came on and he would sing that song, and he would encourage you, and he would give you moral advice. He would give you advice to help you be a better person. But when I was looking at what we're going to share today, I thought about something. It says in Romans chapter 5, verse 1, therefore, since we have been justified through faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. You know what That is something to think about this Tuesday, isn't it? Mr. Rogers used to say, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be my neighbor? God says, since we have been justified through faith, he said, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. He said, whether you know it or not, he said, you was at war with God until you became God's neighbor. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Once you give your life to him, you become a part of his family. And he says, I go to prepare a place for you. So if he's going to prepare a place for me, that means I'm going to be his neighbor. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Man, he is right. It is a beautiful day in a neighborhood. Hope it is for you as well.
Won't you please, won't you please, won't you be my neighbor? Hi, neighbor. By the way, something I got from Mr. Rogers is change your shoes when you get home.
Yeah. Oh.
I actually have I hate to call them barefoot shoes. You know what I'm saying? Those ones that actually are, that you wear around the house. I actually change my shoes when I go home. I'm telling you guys, your feet over the course of the day expand, contract, do a lot of stuff. Simply letting them breathe for a second is often a really good approach. It does a lot for you. I know Lindsay will be talking about this in one way or another, and if not, I'll probably bring it up on Country and Western Music News in the last half hour of the show. But today, if you don't know, is the day the music died. And the three men I admired most, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, they all caught the train for the coast the day the music died. That's what that song is about, by the way. It's observed on February 3rd every year. It's the anniversary of the fatal plane crash that killed three important figures in rock and roll. And the worst part about the three figures that it killed was they were only just getting started.
Yes.
I mean, it's essentially the equivalent of Pete Townshend's plane going down before he writes Quadrophenia. That would be the only equivalent I can think of. Or the Beatles all dying in a plane crash in 1966. They were just getting started. Musicians Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, who was memorialized in La Bamba with Esai Morales and Lou Diamond Phillips. Buddy Holly, by the way, who played Buddy Holly in the movie, you know?
Oh, God, what's his name? Yeah, he's a killer actor. He played the dad in to Manny on Modern Family. Right? No? Not the Bobby Valentine?
It's
Am I getting them mixed up?
It's Gary Busey.
Oh, all right. I see. You're talking. All right. I've got mixed up, and I was looking over here thinking of Bobby Valentine. I thought you're talking about Buddy Holly.
Yeah, no, Buddy.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about
J.P. Richardson, by the way, and you all know who J.P. Actually, if you say let us know in the chat who J.P. Richardson is. Died along with the pilot Roger Peterson in a plane crash near Clear Lake, Iowa, in the thick of winter. The poor flight conditions led to the Peterson losing control of the plane, causing it to crash and claiming the lives of all four people on board. By the way, there was somebody very famous, or who would become very famous, who was supposed to be on that plane. Once again, bonus points in the chat for anybody who gets that one
Yes, and
right.
we talked about this before.
Yeah, we have talked about it before. J.P. Richardson, by the way, if you can come up with his name, would love to hear what he actually was called. Worth kind of getting into. And Joe J got it right. The Big Bopper.
Yep, there you go.
Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail. You know the drill, by the way. So good to have. And by the way, Joe J got part 2 correct, too. It was Waylon. It was Waylon that was supposed to be on that plane as well.
Yes.
Waylon Jennings.
Oh, man. Can you? Oof.
Yeah, exactly. It would be like Christopherson's helicopter crashing before he gets to Johnny Cash's house.
And there were so many situations where we, like how you said that, oh, what if this person, that person, this band died? There were some other, because didn't we talk about that as well, that there was several situations that could have happened that almost did, that there were scares?
Oh my God. Matter of fact, the 50s and 60s, people have a really, here's the thing. I've always said, people always say, there was a conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy. Probably not.
Yeah.
I hate to break the bad news, people. Probably not. What there is, though, is a condition called presentism. It's a historical fallacy that people engage in. I call it the fallacy of the now. everybody loves to say, well, why didn't Oswald take the front shot at John F. Kennedy? And it's like, well, if he'd have taken the front shot, he'd have been clear in the window. The Secret Service agent would have looked up, seen him coming, and blown him to smithereens before he ever got a single shot out of that rifle. And a lot of the protections for the president now are in place because of the events of Dallas that day.
Yes.
Guys, if you ever think that Kennedy was assassinated by a conspiracy, all you have to do is look at his behavior at the airport. He actually tells the drivers, go away. He wanted them away. The Secret Service, he actually tells them to go away from the car. And you look at one of them and go, he doesn't want it. He didn't want it because he wanted to show Texas. He was an whatever you think of him as a human being, he was an incredibly courageous one. And he was hell-bent on showing that he didn't need protection. No. Killed himself. He was the one that asked for the bubble top to be taken off as well, too. Yeah. We got one phone call. We have enough time to do it before Kevin Lindsay gets here. Who we got?
Well, looking like we got 2 calls, so maybe we can roll them over. But we'll start with this one. But can I throw in there one thing and why I got a little distracted? Because I have an old friend I haven't seen, talked to in years, say hey on the Facebook chat saying, hi, friend. Hi, friend. Thank you for listening to the show. And good morning. Who am I speaking to on the line?
Hey, fellers.
Hey, Weasel. What's happening, brother?
Weasel.
Oh, not much, but I can answer both deals, but I won't since it's supposed to be in the chat.
Well, it's already been answered in the chat, so give it. Let's see if you get it right.
Come on, pimp. Come on.
The Big Bopper and Waylon Jennings.
That's absolutely correct, Amundo. You and Joe J. You're the phone winner, and he's the chat winner. So well done.
You get a high five.
High five for Weasel.
And yesterday you missed one percussion instrument that's unusual. Briefcase.
A briefcase. Oh, yeah, that was a really fun conversation, wasn't it, Drag?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of great to kind of like, Dave's like, yeah, we play some drums with some people. And then it's like, go on.
Continue.
And then we got him out. He gets so uncomfortable talking about the Dave. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you don't talk about your boat. You can talk about your drums, Dave. You can talk about your drums.
But
go
man,
ahead.
when he's in the mood, he flows with some stuff and stories. I'll tell you what.
What's going on, brother? What can we do for you,
Talk
Weez?
to us.
But there's actually a whole song, I think it's called Briefcase. It's about trucking. I think it's Ray Carlisle.
I'm sure Lindsay's listening right now, so she's going to look it up for us. Lindsay, if you're listening, look that up for us. We're going to get on top of that right now. Briefcase about trucking. A song called Briefcase about trucking. Let's get on top of that and figure out what that is.
Yeah, it's pretty good to listen to.
I'll give it a shot.
Uses the latches and everything.
Outstanding.
Click, click, and thump, thump, thump.
Weasel, we got to let you go because we got to take this break and take care of ourselves. But it's good to have you. It's good to hear you. Be good, be well, and get out of here.
You bet. See you, fellas. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, man. We'll come back and take the next phone call as well, and then we will ease our way into a discussion of fuel systems with our good friend Kevin Lindsay from Maintenance Matters. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves and go to truckdown.com, where you can get out of the ditch in 50 states and 8 provinces. Find the provider you're looking for at truckdown.com.
And those phone lines are
30 years.
Yep, what he said.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Subscribe, share, like, tell everyone you know. Just do it.
All the things need to be done, by the way. If you haven't subscribed over on the website, you're going to be missing something on Friday. Get on top of it. I think you're going to like what we've got cooking up for you over there. It's not just your standard operational newsletter. A whole bunch of groovy things are going to be lurking inside of there. And by the way, you can always be an active part of this show, either on the chat on YouTube, commenting on Facebook, doing it in real time, or actually giving us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
And we have a friend on the phone, don't we?
Oh, we do have a friend on the phone.
Good morning.
Who am I speaking to?
Hey, it's Bandit.
There he
Yeah,
is.
Bandit's in the house. What's going on, brother? We got a few moments before we get Mr. Lindsay here to give us some maintenance matters, tipperinos. What's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. Fighting traffic over here, trying to get into Houston to make my delivery this morning.
How's the weather over there? How's the weather in Houston? I don't have a gauge of that.
Well, I'm about 45 miles north of Houston, and it's raining, and everyone's on their brakes like crazy. So if you're on 45 south, be cautious of that.
Nicely done. What's on your mind, brother? You'd like to drop in and tell us what's going on with the writing, with the driving, with the living? What's happening?
Well, I was listening into that last conversation, and you were talking about the what ifs, and some of my favorite stories to read that are off the fan fiction websites are the what if stories of what if a character from a well-known story made a different decision. How would that have had the butterfly effect on the rest of the story?
Oh, I love those. By the way, I always find those really terrific. I have outlined it. I will never do anything with it. I have an outline for a science fiction Marvel story where Captain America comes back from Vietnam and prevents Robert Kennedy from getting assassinated in Los Angeles. And the whole thing kind of builds to a massive culmination with the riots in Chicago and the people who are trying to kill the president's brother, making one last stab with Captain America racing against them. I love all that kind of stuff. One of my favorite lines in any X-Men movie is when they accuse Magneto of assassinating President Kennedy. And he goes, remember that, Dre?
Yep.
I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to save him. He said, because basically the premise is, how the hell does John F. Kennedy swim 21 men to safety unless, of course, he's got gills? I love all that stuff, Bandit. Bandit, I gotta go do this segment with Kevin. But can you do me a solid? Give me one good thought for the day about the writing, the life, or the living.
Life's good so far, and just doing what I gotta do out here.
All right, brother. Next time you have any more things cooking, idea-wise, all that kind of alternative fiction, alternative history, we'd love to hear from you. Be safe, Bandit. Take care, brother.
All right, thanks, guys.
I really like thinking about that kind of stuff. It's always fun to kind of play speculative fiction. Fatherland is really good as speculative fiction, where World War II ends in a bloody stalemate, and The Plot Against America by Philip Roth turned into a pretty good movie by David Simon.
Nice. Hey, I agree. What was the show with James Franco?
Oh, The Man in the High Tower.
Is that it? I thought it was like a date.
Oh, it's the date. It's November 22nd, 1963.
Yeah, where he goes on a diner.
Yeah,
that's
diner
a good one.
That's good stuff right there. Oh, come on now. You know Kevin Lindsay, and
Come
you know maintenance
on.
matters. Our go-to guy when it comes to taking care of your rig. Today actually is a maintenance day. We do Highway to Health immediately after. 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east. We talk about bile duct cancer then. This is a little less serious in regards to your health, but equally serious in regards to your bottom line. Why do I have a feeling at some point a filter is going to be part of this discussion? But we're talking about basically how to avoid fuel-related breakdowns this morning. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, and how's the weather treating you in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I'm doing good. Weather, well, who knows what weather does anymore, you know? You just have to live with it, right?
So I got to tell everybody this. Kevin, of course, joins us. He's with Travel Centers of America. He's the head honcho in regards to maintenance over there. But I was sitting with a friend of mine, and what she said was, she said, I didn't move here from New York, meaning the city of New Orleans, to ever have to deal with a 22-degree day. And she said, I just think it's getting colder every year in this city. And I went, that's not true. It actually isn't getting colder. I said, you're getting older, and everything feels worse when you get older and it gets colder.
Especially in the higher humidities, right?
It's terrible.
I think that's even worse.
It's terrible.
On the old bones.
Yeah, I tell you, man, 22 degrees in Denver on a sunny day is not 22 degrees overcast with wind chill factors of 6 in the city of New Orleans. I'm not going to complain about it because it doesn't happen a lot. When it does, though, it makes even the Minnesotans who live down here go, why did I come here? Why did I come here? I came here to avoid this. Let's talk about fuel-related breakdowns, by the way. Where do we begin?
Well, I mean, where else do you start when you start talking about fuel other than, than the tank, right? Then fueling up. And I mean, best place to start is where it starts, in that tank, A lot of people always overlook their tanks. And I know, it's one of those things where doing walk-arounds and your pre-trip inspections and things like that, I've seen over the years, I've seen a lot of drivers just, they kind of look under the tank. Well, yeah, nothing's leaking, it's good. But did they actually look at the cap? Did they take the cap off? Look at it, because there's a seal on that cap. And unlike gasoline engines, that seal's not necessarily there to not let the like gas vapors out of a gas tank in a car out. That seal's actually there to not let the liquid splash out, because we're talking about a truck. And when you fill them up, that it's a lot of fuel in those tanks, and it does splash a lot. But that seal's to keep it from, kind of seeping out around that cap, which then can cause debris to build up and things like that. But one of the other things, usually fairly close to the cap, is there's vents in those tanks, and and those vents are to allow outgassing for the contraction and expansion of the fuel within the tank as it heats up, cools down, and all that. Because most of modern diesel engines, the fuel is pulled out of the tank, it runs up, goes through fuel pumps and all of this, but there's always return lines. So even when it's cold outside, if that fuel is going up and contacting that engine as you're going down the road, that engine's heated up, so it heats the fuel up. So that return fuel then, in turn, in essence, heats up the tank. And it sounds kind of weird, but that's the same process that's used when it's 118 outside. It actually cools the fuel, by the tank. So the tank actually it does a little bit more than just hold fuel for us, but it acts as a fuel. It can act as a fuel heater and a fuel cooler, all at the same time, just from the circulation of the fuel throughout it. So you always want to look at those things. Take a look at those caps in any kind of vents or anything.
Wait, are you suggesting to me that the tank in its own way serves as a filter? And the cap in its own way serves as a filter? I mean,
I guess you could say that. We may stretch that one a little bit, Jimmy, but that's in a sense.
I think the analogy is more of the cap. I think the cap works more as a filter and has to be filtered rather than the tank. I think the tank is stretching things, but it does remind you, therefore, that what the tank is made out of is important as well too, because its functioning is more than just a container or a canister that simply doesn't have to melt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
absolutely. Well, and one other thing I want to add here is, when you're doing your walk around and you're looking at the fuel tanks, if you pull the cap off, look down in it. Look at, most likely as a driver, you already know, hey, I've got a half a tank of fuel, right? But look down in it, see if you can kind of gauge where the fuel level's at. Well, as you walk around the truck, look at the other tank, because that's one of those things that happens a lot is, these tanks have to equalize. It's got to be able to pull fuel from both tanks. So I can't tell you how many times in my career I've had drivers tell me, well, yeah, I've got something going on. I'm showing full, but it's acting like it's out of fuel. Well, it was, because you got one tank empty and one tank full. And those types of things occur, I think, more often than we really think. So always look at that, because as long as you're parked on a relatively flat or level surface, you shouldn't see that. I've seen the situations where, people park a big truck, they fuel it up and maybe take it home or something like that, and then they kind of park overnight, and it's a little slanted where the driver's side or the passenger side's a little bit higher than the other, and the next morning they say, oh, look, man, my fuel tank's leaking. Well, probably not. It's actually coming out of that lower.
It's leaning.
So it'll do that, because it will siphon from one tank to the other to kind of equalize those tanks, over time. So.
Yeah. Okay. I want to pivot here for a second, by the way, and kind of go through the stuff that you and I discussed and that you have sent me as well too. So here's the kind of pitch, guys. You can prevent fuel-related breakdowns, of course, as Kevin was saying, by simply pre-tripping your fuel system regularly. Here's the thing that's interesting, by the way. The old days, this is one of those places where the old days kind of protected you from your own stupidity. So the debris and fuel contamination that have always been with us weren't as noticeable until we get these high-pressure fuel systems, modern, newfangled fuel systems, by the way. They make things run better when they're running properly, but they're more susceptible to garbola, as it were, that comes along. And so there are ways let's talk about what that means, what it'll do to you, all that kind of debris and contamination getting in there, and then we'll talk about ways to kind of drive our way out of that.
Well, and you got to keep in mind, most of the modern trucks all use some form or fashion of kind of what we call a common rail fuel system, and this happened, just so that engine manufacturers meet emissions, over the years, because that was one thing about all the different engine manufacturers, from older trucks from years ago, the old mechanical engines, Cummins, Cat, Detroit, they all had their own way that they had designed the fuel systems, and depending on what type of pump was used, sometimes the pump created the high pressures, and they used some sort of injector that simply was nothing more than a nozzle. Even the Mercedes engines that were transported over here, from overseas in the late 90s and early 2000s was use what they call a pump line nozzle fuel system, which is basically nothing more than the same thing that a Caterpillar fuel system used on their old mechanical engines, years ago and things. So all these fuel systems basically kind of evolved, and in order to meet emissions regulations over the years, they all kind of went to a common type of system, so to speak, in most over-the-road trucks. So, and equipment fields and different things, you still got a lot of different stuff. But as far as, what we deal with in trucking, a lot of it's relatively the same. There's a lot of nuances and a whole lot of different little components and pieces and parts. But at the same time, we are talking about, higher fuel pressures available to help create that combustion event, because the ultimate goal, as these engine manufacturers make these engines, the ultimate goal there, of course, is have the most efficient combustion possible with the least amount of byproducts or particulate matter or soot or, in order to meet those emission requirements. So,
what is it? The highest level of performance with the least amount of garbola coming out the back end.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right. I mean, it really is.
It's really, and by the way, I mean, what some of these people are doing in this field, by the way, I don't normally give shout outs to anybody, but what some of these folks are figuring out in regards to this is like made diesel one of the cleanest things to burn in the world, ironically.
It's funny because, even back in 2007 when the DPFs first came out, I can remember a lot of people talking about, the air quality in cities like, New York, Atlanta, Chicago, the air coming out of the exhaust, once it goes through that DPF, it technically is cleaner than the air coming in the intake through the air filter. Oh, see, I had to get it in. I got it in there.
I'm glad you did, by the way. And by the way, and this is the thing, too, let me tell you something. This is why there's a lot of gloom and doomers about climate change or whatever you want to call it, weather events, whatever the heck you want to call it. But I keep, a friend of mine asked me if I believe in that. Don't worry, I'm not going to put you on the spot, Kevin. But a friend of mine asked me, I said, yeah, I do. And I said, I think it'll solve itself in the marketplace. Because if you remember, I was telling a friend of mine yesterday who was like, it's never been this cold in New Orleans. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? When I was in third grade, it was 55 degrees on the last day of September, and everybody acknowledged the fact that is as cold. That was the beginning of getting cold in New Orleans. I mean, hurricane season used to end in the beginning of September because fall would roll in. You remember the 70s, dude? We were all told it's a new ice age is coming for us. We're all going to freeze like the woolly mammoth. Our time has come. And it turned out that a couple of people making some really great decisions and figuring out a way to make money off of it got the smog out of the air. I mean, a friend of mine, you'll love this, Kevin. A friend of mine once said, I missed the 70s because the light was different. I said, the light was different because there was smog in the air, dude. I'm like, we figure out ways to kind of make it work. And, and that's the absolute truth. The quality of the breathable air inside of cities now is actually better. And I would make an argument that a lot of the things that has happened with trucking has made the air better than it was without trucking being there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it.
I believe that. I mean, because, when I first started in this business, it was unusual to hear of a big truck, over-the-road truck getting 6 miles a gallon. It's unusual today to hear one getting less than that,
Yeah.
I mean, so it's got to be more efficient, which means there's less pollution coming out that exhaust, obviously. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's physics. You're going to take, no matter how you spill it, you're going to take a certain amount. It's going to require a certain amount of energy to burn, and that a certain amount of diesel fuel, a certain amount of air is going to have to be mixed with it, and it's going to always create, because matter cannot be created nor destroyed, right? What first law of physics, you can only be changed. You can only change it in shape or form. Well, we change it by capturing it as a solid in those filters and stuff nowadays, or we simply burn it harder and turn it into some sort of gas that goes out, and we already breathe a lot of this stuff, it's just natural elements that are already in the air, so I don't know.
I think you did a pretty good job there, although we could have an existential conversation about the 7 theories of immortality and the 21 grams. By the way, there are actually, I don't know if you know this is a really cool thing. There are actually 7 particle physics theories. Is it particle physics? I forget. It's one of the physics, a genuine science who actually has proposed 7 theories of immortality, one of which involves those 21 untraceable grams that leave a body when it passes away. But we're stardust, dude. We go out in the universe, we come back. Nothing is created, nothing is destroyed. It all just rolls along. Okay, so one of the good maintenance practices we can engage in is fuel priming. Fuel priming.
Oh, yeah.
It just sounds like Deion Sanders, doesn't it? Fuel priming.
Prime time.
Prime time. Yeah, exactly. So we have 2 examples of it we can get into here. Let's talk about those 2 examples.
Well, one thing first thing I want to mention is kind of a safety factor for any driver or anyone out there listening. You know, these modern fuel systems. You know, I was already talking about how they create a little bit higher pressure than they used to. You know, back in the old days, if a truck had an issue after changing a filter or running out of fuel, you know, you could crack injector lines and do different things like this, and you know, get air out of the systems. Those things do not work nowadays. And, you know, some of these fuel systems, there's points in them that can reach, you know, 35,000 PSI pressure. That's enough to totally inject or slice a finger off or anything like that. You know, you should never do that stuff anymore. As people tell me, well, yeah, I did this and it works. No, you just got lucky. Don't be doing that anymore.
We've come too far to forget about cars. Sorry, I'm up all night to get lucky.
Yeah.
You got lucky, dude. You got lucky. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Please stop doing that kind of stupid stuff.
Yeah,
guys.
and you know, it's funny because you know, the big thing we always used to use, you know, on diesel engines was ether, you know, starting fluid. So, which can be nowadays can really be detrimental, you know, because a lot of different manufacturers and systems already have heaters or whatever that may warm the air to help, you know, to assist with cold starts on diesel engines and things like that. And if you try to spray an explosive propellant into that intake, it could become more explosive than you would think. So, you know, not only that, but those things actually cause the engine to spin over faster, which as it does that, you don't quite have the oil pressure. You know, we talked about a little bit about that with oil viscosity and the things you shouldn't do on those cold starts, you know, the last couple of shows. So by using starting fluid, a lot of times that's really what you're doing. You're accelerating that wear from those cold starts because you're causing it to spin over faster, which is more friction, and there's less lubricants there, and all of these different things. Not to mention the fact that it could, and I've seen this, and I've got pictures of this where I have seen it actually stretch head bolts by using starting fluid on newer engines, and you know, to a point that, you know, the head actually lifts up and blows the head gasket, and you know, it sets back down and stretches those bolts holding that thing down. You know, that it can cause some serious damage. So you really got to be careful with that stuff.
You know, yeah, I realized something too. In all the conversation we had, we always talk about filters as well. So much of what the pre-trip and the post-trip actually really are also looking at is degrees of expansion and contraction. I mean, if you really think about it, you're just checking the systems that prevent bad things from getting into your system, and you're checking what the temperature and the road does in regards to the expansion or contraction of the things that hold your truck together. I mean, at its basic core, I mean, you're just basically checking what happened yesterday and what happened today. Okay, so let's kind of go through that as well, too. Let's talk about, you know, we know what not to do. Do you have like a really clean system of like, here is what you should do? I know we've kind of touched on it as well, but if you could boil it down, how do you like basically do this? Let's kind of do this the way you should, as opposed to the way you and your Paul with a hammer and a saw did it.
You know, to break things down very simply, when you turn the key on, you know, I would say, especially first of all, especially in colder weather, you know, like we've been dealing with, but really anytime on modern trucks, when you turn that key on, let everything power up in that dash before you go to that crank position. You know, let everything power up, because some of these systems, you know, may have some sort of little heater built into the air intake or something like that to assist with cold starts. And so when you first power it up, you know, it's got to read temperatures, and then it has to activate whatever it's going to do, and then it does. And that's one reason, you know, I hear drivers complain, well, yeah, you know, I turn this key on and it may take 3 or 5 seconds before and I've turned it over to crank, and it don't immediately crank anymore. Well, that's because there's computers checking a lot of different things before it actually cranks the engine over, engages that starter on most modern trucks nowadays, so modern engines. So that's one of those things, and sometimes by going to that crank position before everything powered up in that on position, it can actually start that process back over. And when you go back to on, it just didn't do anything. So then you have to actually go off and come back on, kind of like a reset, because there's so many computers, the computers are looking at so many different, inputs and everything so quickly nowadays. We don't think about that, but that's one of the reasons, I hear a lot of drivers complain, well, yeah, it's slow to crank. I turn the key on, go to crank, and there's a delay. Well, it's telling you to wait a second is all it's really telling you. So, allow it to do that. Because if you've done everything else right, you're maintaining it properly, got good clean filters, air filters and fuel filters and everything. When you do go to crank, ideally, it should work. And, the engine should actually fire up relatively quickly, almost regardless. If it doesn't, that's another thing I see, they crank it over, it may be spinning a little slow, now you're getting into the electrical side a lot of times, maybe the batteries aren't up to where they need to be, things like that. But as long as it's turning over within certain RPM ranges, because these computers actually look at those things. So if during that crank cycle, if that engine's not meeting the minimal, because you got to remember, computers are funny. They only know what they've been told, and these things may have been programmed that say just as a number, a reference number. It's got to see 150 RPMs during cranking before it's going to actually fire the injectors. Well, if it's seeing 149 RPMs, that's not 150 to a computer. So there's no gray area that it says, well, that's close enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Computers
basically,
can't think like that.
it's a rapid-fire diagnostic with a bunch of anally retentive quality checkers is what you got going on. It's like, well, no, not 149.9. We need 150.
That's right.
It's kind of nuts. Okay, we're going to run out of time here. Let's give people a preview of where we're going to pick up next time. Kevin Lindsay joins us on Maintenance Matters. I know, crazy, isn't it? You got about a minute left. So where do you want to head on next to when we come back in the next edition of Maintenance Matters?
Well, we'll go back. I know I kind of started with the tanks and kind of went around, but we'll to get our fuel from the tanks back to the engine. We'll kind of start talking about fuel lines, things to look for still in that tank. Because one other thing I want to bring up real quick in this last minute is when you are looking at those tank levels, if you're having a problem, with slow start and slow crank, whatever, keep in mind most of these new fuel systems require at least a quarter of a tank of fuel in each tank. Like I said before, you got to make sure both tanks have the fuel in them. Because what can happen is a lot of them use pickup tubes and return tubes in them now. And so if that fuel level is not enough, because, back in the old days, we pulled fuel out of the bottom of the tank. But nowadays we've got a pickup tube that runs down, and we can't run it all the way down to the bottom. So there's actually a gap. And if it starts pulling air, it's going to have poor performance and aerated fuel and different things like that. So before you ever service a truck, try to always ensure you got more than a quarter of a tank of fuel in both tanks.
Both tanks, both kinds, all kinds, Kevin Lindsay kinds. And by the way, technically, he's the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. But as far as we're concerned, he's the head honcho for keeping you out of the doo-doo. Thank you, Kevin. We always love having you. Stay warm wherever you are and wherever you're headed next, my brother.
All right. You guys too.
We're going to come back on the other side with open phones, open lines, and open fun. Lots of stuff to kind of dig into and talk about. We'll continue talking about what happened over in Mississippi and that people are actually taking responsibility for it. Big thanks to Kevin Lindsay as always. Maintenance Matters is every Tuesday. Go to RadioNemo.com and find out what it's about next.
Give us a call.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Road Gang Radio continues here. Lindsay Lawler. How she'll do it, we do not know. Will be joining us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. I got a busy day. I got a lot of meetings here, a lot of threats I have to make. We're going to be appearing in a lot of places at Matt's. I'll be able to give more of a preview of it this coming Friday once I get a couple of things settled and done. But it looks like we're going to be heading there. We're also going to be on all of your cases, by the way. We're going to ask for a big turnout at Matt's, big support of Dave, who actually is going to make his transition finally, having worked so hard to get this new platform set up. He's not going to go away, but he's going to be taking a bit of a step back once we get past Matt's. Finally, after having tried to retire twice in 2024, internal events prevented that, and then trying to retire in 2025. External events prevented that. Unkind external events prevented that, some of which we've actually talked about and you can find in our content over at Radio Nemo on YouTube. There's a couple of things that have gotten a lot of listenership and a lot of play, simply kind of laying out the truth of what went on and what happened over there. But hopefully this match is the match that it's not hopefully, this is the match that it takes at. Dave has done heavy lifting over the last 2 years in an attempt to kind of set up the people that he cares about so much and give them the future that he thinks they deserve. And so we're going to ask all of you guys at this coming match to really kind of come on by if you can get down there, spend some time with Dave, catch up on all the old stories and all the old days, and, be a part of what is going to be an amazing mats for us because we're going to be introducing a lot of new stuff, a lot of great programming. Some people that you really like who have been on the platform with us for a while are going to see expanded roles. That's going to be really fun. And all of this will continue to grow, not just on the show, but beyond that as well. A lot of live opportunities, a lot of theatrical opportunities. A lot of fun is, in fact, headed your way. Phone Master Dre got a chance this morning, by the way, to come out and pick me up. What did you think of my mom and dad's neighborhood?
Dude, rolling up to it, because I was like, all right, I took another route. I'm going to the airport. And when I'm going to the airport, that's always a nice little ride. But then you jump off, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's less stressful. It's nice. Not a lot of traffic. Pretty houses. There's water. It was very crazy, man. Beautiful house where I was curious because I was thinking, I was like, oh, well, there was a hurricane here at one point. But I was like, man, is this the house that you grew up in? But apparently you grew up in the area, or that was the lot.
That's not the lot where I grew up. That's the lot where my parents have lived for the last 30 years, dude. I'm getting ready to kind of jump on into 60, dude.
Yeah.
30 years ago, I was already headed towards 30. So what's really cool, though, that is the neighborhood I grew up in.
Okay.
So when we drove to get back to the 610, and we took the turn off of Allen Tucson, formerly Robert E. Lee, and made our way down to the 610 pass to kind of jump off in the interstate. Then had to go through the park because I'm like, you know what? Let's just drive through the park. We actually, when we drove through Harrison Avenue, the second light we came to after we made the turn, the bigger intersection where the restaurants were and the churches were and all that kind of stuff, literally a block from there is where I grew up in Lakeview. And what's interesting, too, is if you go out there and you saw Lakeview 30, 40 years ago, all neighborhoods change, right? That neighborhood, except for a couple of really kind of impressive landmarks at the lakefront with all the Frank Lloyd Wright stuff that's out there, a lot of stuff is different because, man, they got 13 feet of water in 30 minutes. 13 feet of water. We were literally, Dre, we were less than 5 blocks from the 17th Street Canal, the infamous one, the one that pretty much ended the city as it ever would be again. It was 2 levee breaks. When the second one happened, it turned the city into a bowl. And Dre got a chance to drive out there. Our friends at Rees Across America are probably going to have a cocktail or maybe a cup of coffee raised in honor of the 4 chaplains. Today is the 4 chaplains' day. The 4 chaplains on board the ship were the Reverend George L. Fox of the Methodist faith, Jewish Rabbi Alexander Good, Father John P. Washington of the Catholic faith, and Reverend Clark V. Pauling of the Dutch Reformed Church. Many witnesses remember their courage, support, and prayers for the many distressed people on board. They offered their life jackets to 4 people in need, and as a consequence had to remain on the sinking ship, comforted only by the thought of their actions and the fact that they were going to meet their makers soon, by the way. It was 1943, and the U.S.A.T. Dorchester was sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, packed to capacity. Tragedy struck when a German submarine fired a torpedo at the ship, sinking it and killing hundreds who were on board. 4, however, were able to live because of the sacrifice of the 4 chaplains. And by the way, interesting, with the chaplain service, do you know how they profiled people to become chaplains in that service, right? They would have people who were so secure in their faith, they would be willing to minister to anyone of any other faith. Because the belief then, and it's still a belief among many people, although there are people who will argue with you to kingdom come about this, is that if you are secure enough in your faith, you are willing to help and address anyone of any other faith without trying to save their soul.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah, I follow you.
I mean, that's really the thinking about that. Guys, go to reesacrossamerica.org. They've done so much for us. They've been a really good friend in what has been, I guess you would call, strange days indeed for everybody over here in RadioNemo land. Give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. You have plenty of time to get in. Hang out with us.
Just jump into the conversation and be part of everything that is going on. Here's a wild one. Got a wild one here in the transportation industry, one you've probably been following. So a man has been sentenced to 10 years for, and this is the words of the court, maliciously setting 3 Swift transportation semi-trailers on fire in Arizona. Have you heard anything about this, Ray?
I have not yet.
Okay, so a Michigan resident was, I guess he was jealous of all that warm air down in Arizona, was sentenced to prison for multiple acts of arson in Arizona, targeting trailers owned by the Nationwide Trucking Company. And on January 29th, 2026, the Orel Pripkop of Allen Park, Michigan, 67, was sentenced to 120 months in prison, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office of the District of Arizona. In August of 2024, Prekop was found guilty by a jury of his peers of arson of a vehicle property in interstate commerce following an 8-day trial. What the officials said was that Prekop set fire to 3 semi-trailers in the state of Arizona, all belonging to Phoenix, Arizona-based trucking company Swift. 2 of the trailers' arsons occurred in Wilcox, Arizona, and 1 occurred in Holbrook, Arizona. The Arizona trailer fires were part of a larger arson scheme in which Prekop set fire to at least 16 additional Swift transportation trailers in multiple other states between October 21st and September 22nd, according to the authorities. Most of the trailer arsons took place along I-10 and I-40 at locations from Barstow, California to McCalla, Alabama. He was issued, Prekop, that is, was issued federal criminal charges in several other districts, found guilty of 6 arsons by a California jury in 2024. The U.S. Attorney said that he served time for a previous incident involving Swift. He was convicted in 2018 in the Eastern District of Michigan for a tax offense and transportation of stolen goods, charges stemming from an investigation conducted by Swift. Prekop was sentenced to time served in that case amounting to approximately 26 months imprisonment. His term of supervised release ended in 2019, approximately 2 years before the arson in this case began. It's crazy story.
That's insane.
So it was a long way of me kind of getting there to say, why did he do it?
Yeah.
Revenge. This is what U.S. Attorney Timothy Corcoran had to say. This defendant left a nationwide path of destruction that threatens lives, property, and critical infrastructure. Thanks to the dedicated work of federal prosecutors and ATF agents. By the way, dude, the ATF gets involved with your stuff.
Yeah.
You're a bad character. The DOJ brought him to justice. This case is proof that the federal government will bring its full weight to bear in order to stop dangerous and destructive criminals. And by the way, that 10-year sentence is the culmination of a multi-year, multi-state investigation into a dangerous campaign of targeted arson. Those are the words of Sean Stallo, out of Central Casting, who is the ATF's acting special agent in charge of the Phoenix Field Division. Here's the quote from him. This successful outcome was made possible through the exhaustive use of ATF resources, including their K-9 units, the Fire Research Laboratory, and the technical expertise of their certified fire investigators who methodically link these fires across the country. By leveraging these special tools to hold this serial arsonist accountable, we have ensured that he can no longer threaten the lives of drivers or the safety of our nation's interstate commerce. Dude, listen. When you go to jail, and the people that put you in jail are not in jail and you come out, do not target them for revenge. People will figure this out pretty quickly.
It looks bad and they know what's going on.
You know, and it's like there's a retribution. It doesn't work. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, first of all. And the fact is, the good Lord says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And a lot of people don't understand that quote. They just think it's like, I'm going to do it. And it's like, no, that's not what he means. I got it. I'll take care. That's not what he means.
Yeah, no one else is going to do it. I got it.
That's not what he means. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, is also a way of saying, man, vengeance just never ends. It never ends. Nobody's ever been like, and now I get to drink Scott Tinnerman's Salty Tears. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen that way. It never resolves itself. It never ends. Have you ever been so angry, though, that you, spend time scheming of how you can pay people back?
Yes.
Straight up? Did you do it?
Hey, listen, man. I have done it to siblings. Yeah. I kind of did a plan with a guy that did me wrong back in the day, right after high school, but nothing that was going to catch me prison time, you know what I mean? The stuff I did to my brother, probably, but we're all brothers.
You burned his truck?
Oh, man, I burned his underwear. I burned his underwear and I did I defaced some property. Yeah.
We used to scare the hell out of each other. So we basically, we watched that infamous commercial, Magic. I don't know if you know the Anthony Hopkins movie with the ventriloquist dummy, Magic.
Yeah.
It actually got pulled from the television because it was so terrifying. And if you go look up abracadabra, I sit on his knee, presto, changeo, now he is me, hocus pocus, look at the fun.
The fact that you remember that.
It basically ends with magic is fun when you're dead. And then the eyes of the dummy roll back in its head. And the commercial simply ends with the title card. Magic, a new film from Richard Attenborough. And of course, all these kids saw it, were terrified. So the most important thing is for the older brothers of a younger brother to get the Charlie McCarthy ventriloquist doll and put it at the end of the bed so that your brother wakes up in the middle of the night and sees that staring at him. That set off about a 1.5 year war of upping the ante of revenge, including psycho shower ambushes.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh, man, I've been held down, set on top, and loogied into the face, man. It's a beautiful time having older brothers.
Did you say loogied into the face?
Oh, man.
Well, we usually get your appetite up here, but Dre somehow managed to figure out the sweet spot or the unsweet spot for getting people absolutely not in the face.
And thank you for saying a decade, because earlier whenever you said 120 months in prison, I was just like, that's so... that's so not descriptive. What's the word I'm looking for? That's such a particular set of months. But then you're like, a decade.
That's why they put it that way, though. They do that on purpose, by the way, because it's also to put in perspective what exactly it is. It's 120 months. It's also they do that too, and it sets up parole in different ways and the possibility of early release and all that kind of stuff. And dude, I can't help but think. Well, first of all, he burned like 16, 17, 18 trucks. I mean, dude, the man was a menace. It's like, but here's the thing. He gets out of prison. Look, I know you carry that weight around, but I will tell you, one of the things in this country that a lot of people will screw up in the public square. People will do things that are shameful. They'll have, things that go sideways, nothing illegal. They never get over it, meaning they never are allowed to come back in. If you serve time in prison, there is a large segment of the population, particularly men, who are like, you did your time. You're done. You're getting a second chance. Get out there. Work with your parole officer. Rehabilitate your reputation. Make amends. Restorative justice. All that groovy stuff. No, I'm going to pay people back and guarantee myself 10 years in the can. I mean, and it wasn't even clever. Gee, I wonder who's burning all of our trucks right now. All right, we got a phone call coming in here. Who we got?
Oh, 3 hots on a cot. What's up, Huck?
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good morning, brother. What you doing? How you doing? Did you burn anything today?
Not yet.
Nice, except fuel, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Please continue. What's happening, Huck?
Well, I'm burning daylight now because I'm on day shift.
Doo-doo.
All right. So how are you acclimating to day shift, by the way?
Whew, that's a hard one.
I'm not.
Are you going to be able to get out of it soon?
I don't know. It's going to be permanent for a while.
Was this a choice, or was this them saying, that's it, tough titty in the big city?
Yeah, voluntold.
Voluntold. Hey, Huck, we really need some help over here, and if you want to keep your job, you're going to help us over here. It's one of those kind of deals?
Yeah. We had one of our guys get fired, but I don't know what yet for.
Really quickly, by the way, Joe J. points out the story we just talked about. That fellow really had it out for Swift. He also says, I had 3 brothers. So did I. So do I, by the way, Joe. Lots of childhood felonies committed against each other. Well said, by the way.
I have 5.
Our good friend Jerry Bauer says, good morning. Hey, the Scat Pack is on the loose. Mr. D himself is on the loose. So good to have everybody out there. And the Paranormal Pie Man is letting people know he'll be picking up this trailer in Neenah, Wisconsin, and headed to Greenwood, Indiana, and Bruce Almighty is headed out to Sweetwater, Texas. Out of, not out in. And good morning to Marshall. Good to have you. And good morning to Huck. What is on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
Tell me.
Well, paranormal, he ain't going to be very far from me.
Where are you at?
I'm in Madison right now.
All right. Well,
I'll be floating north here in a little bit.
Oh, maybe we get some yo action going on. Some people hooking up and talking to each other. That'd be kind of nice. That'd be kind of a good thing to do. What else is happening, man?
I just wanted to call in and say, hey, let you know I'm on day shift. So.
Well, then call in more. We got you now, so call in more. We'd love to hear from you, and you jump in the game. And by the way, let's get some more ghost stuff going on here, man. Not enough ghost stuff happening around here. We got to get some more.
Well, I can probably scare you up something.
All right, get out. That's it. You're done. Thank you, Huck.
Later.
All right, man. Good talking to him. Phone calls continue to come in here on Road Gang Radio. Lindsay's going to join us at the top of the next hour. We do have a great guest before we get to our next phone call. We always take care of what's under the hood. We always take care of what's under the chest as well, or any other part of your body with Highway to Health. We're thrilled to have Dr. Juan Valle is going to be joining us this morning. He is most recently served as professor and honorary consultant in medical oncology at the University of Manchester and the Christie NHS Foundation Trust in Manchester, UK. He'll be talking about bile duct cancer. You're going to want to listen because it's one of those things where it's like, what does that got to do with me? You could get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Shut up and listen.
Yeah.
Doctor's coming.
Be prepared, man.
Look busy. All this information is important. We're not just here to make sure you don't get the coughies and the sniffles. We're here to make sure you don't get the bad stuff as well, too. And the good doctor is going to be here on the scene. He's an expert in it. You might want to give him your attention as Highway to Health arrives on the scene at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east. But the phone calls are here. Who do I got?
Oh, man, I was going to say, I want to get the coffees, but who's this? Where are you?
This is for
There he is.
I'm at home, basically.
How was
It's
Walmart?
a great time to call in because I see an oncologist every month. Not for cancer, but because my blood's extra thick. For some reason, I don't get rid of my old blood cells. Just they get in the mix with my new ones and thickens up my blood, and I got to get the cord taken off every month.
So you basically have to go see the doctor to perform a DPF system on you, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's it. You got. I mean, the thing is that you're 4R 2.0, and because you're a new model, you're much more sensitive to all those particulates, all those that debris, and all that garbola that gets in there. I totally understand. By the way, there's a real analogy here. How many people have had the bottom of their fuel tank actually fill up with all kinds of solid garbage? And have to get that stuff out of there. And in many ways, it's the same thing. You're just not if I'm understanding you, you're not flushing out the cells that normally kind of just either kind of make their way out of you. You're hanging on to things you don't need, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, it's got a weird name. They call it zombie cells.
Dude.
For real.
I just remembered. I just remembered something. You know who was on CBS Morning, their Sunday morning show? Bear Grease.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'll go find the clip on YouTube or something. I'll post it up, dude. But it's like, yeah, my dad and I were watching, and he's like, Bear Grease, man. And it's like, I was so thrilled for that guy, man. He made the big time.
Oh, yeah. He was like the first story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first. I love that show, by the way. I love.
Yeah, I never heard about it before.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, Bear Grease
really
is
good
great.
podcast.
Yeah, Bear Grease is great, but CBS Morning was terrific too, man. It is so much fun. It just stays out. It's just about having a nice morning with your coffee. And they were talking to Bear Grease, and he gave a whole history of Bear Grease and why it's important. My favorite Bear Grease thing, of course, though, is from Drums on the Mohawk when they're, you know how they keep the mosquitoes off of them, huh? They rub rancid bear grease all over themselves. And of course, the guy who says it, by the way, is Walter Brennan. Goes, here, try this. It'll keep the mosquitoes away from you. It's rancid bear grease. It really works when you say it like that. Rancid bear grease.
Oh, yeah.
Lindsay would probably say that's a good band name for a punk rock group.
Dude, that is a sick band name.
That's a sick band name. Sick band name.
Rancid bear grease.
All right, so why are you at home, dude? Is it a doctor's appointment
Because
thing?
I'm not driving.
Oh, that's clever. No, what's...
I got home Sunday. Well, I got in the area Sunday and then delivered early in the morning Monday. Went out to the farm and got the truck looked over, checked out, and everything's cool. So I'll be leaving this evening sometime.
All right, so you're gonna be hitting the road, by the way. And by the way, when we get to Matt's, we got some announcements coming, including we're thinking about, we're talking about, we're playing around with it. We got to see if we can make it work. We're talking about once a week having an overnight show. We're talking about it, dude.
Really?
Yeah. I have a feeling there's some action out there we might be able to pick up. I just got this crazy thought that if we have an overnight show for truckers, people might stop in. What do you think?
Probably so.
Probably so.
I just made my circuitous passage through Walmart a while ago. I walked up and down every aisle through the entire dead-gum store.
Why?
And why? Get my steps up, man.
Yeah, why not,
okay.
dude?
Okay, I didn't understand. I'm like
everyday low prices, man.
Everyday low prices.
Everyday low, yeah. Got my groceries for the week and window washer fluid and blue towels and 1,800 steps. So
1,800 steps, pretty darn good, by the way. You know how many steps I've gotten since my car went in the shop? I've been getting like 15,000 a day because I've been walking home from the day guy house. And fortunately, the weather has allowed me to do that. Although I wouldn't walk in the morning. Dre walked yesterday morning. He came back in 10 minutes later. He went, what the hell with that? I didn't blame him.
He's like, screw that.
It was nasty. It was nasty. Dude. What I really like is that he left his water
there for
bottle.
a long time, I'd be lucky if I get 1,000 a day. So.
Oh no, dude! Once you break 1,000, you're moving.
Amen, brother.
Once you break and actually, technically, the Japanese just made up that 10,000 step stuff. If you get 3,000 clean steps in, you're doing great.
Yeah, and if it's Japanese, it's 20 for them. 20,000.
That's not kind, dude.
Oh, sorry.
I got longer legs, so I count better than the Japanese do.
I don't think you count better than they do.
Yeah, nah, dude, don't sell yourself.
But my distance, my
I see.
my 3,000 steps is like
strides.
Steps for them.
Yeah. By the way, we're going to call you Strider. By the way, which famous character in literature's nickname is Strider?
Oh, God. Only you know.
He got it.
Oh, God. What did you say?
Aragon, son of Aragon.
Oh, yeah,
Strider,
he's a reader.
The Ranger Strider. And by the way, at the Battle of Pelennor Field, Aragon doesn't just show up with an army of the dead. He shows up with an army of rangers, too. Wish they could put that in there as well. All right, get out of here, 4-Art. We love you.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Yeah, man. Have a great day.
You too as well. So bile duct cancers we're going to be talking about at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east, and then Lindsay Lawler is going to be dropping, slopping, popping in here as the portion of the show that talks about you getting a life, guys. We help you make a living in the first 2 hours, and then we help you get a life. Nice lineup today, by the way. We got a whole bunch of great people headed in our direction, along with the good doctor on Highway to Health. There's a couple of things we should dig into. Our friend Dr. Carol Osborne is going to be hosting some controversial pet questions. And then this is really cool. Sonia Outlaw-Clark, Outlaw-Clark, that is her real name. Righteous lady, is the director of the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center and the Tina Turner Museum. We do need another hero.
Yes.
And we do need to know the way home.
Yes.
And Sonia is going to be joining us at
Rolling down the river
at 10 in the morning, 11 in the eastern block of things, and she's going to be talking about the way that the Delta Heritage Center tells the story of the agriculture, the music, and the Hatchie River that has shaped the culture of West Tennessee, including the Tina Turner Museum and Sleepy John Estes' home. It's located in Brownsville. It connects history to today. It serves as a hub for education, community pride, and tourism. It connects the past and the present while bringing visitors into Brownsville and the surrounding region. I want you to stay safe out there. The weather has gotten significantly better. There are still a whole bunch of cold pockets and a couple of treacherous places to drive, but it looks like we're at the tipping point here, especially down in it's going to rain tomorrow, Dre.
Lord.
It's going to rain tomorrow, but it's only going to result in things getting a little bit warmer as we make our way down the road. And I want to thank everybody that took the first hour and a half with us before Highway to Health joins. Good to see Trucker Bosun. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for joining us again. And you're welcome to call when Lindsay arrives on the show in those moments as well, too, and maybe share your thoughts on revenge. Were you ever attempting to be the Count of Monte Cristo?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes, yeah.
The Count of Monte Cristo, by the way.
I love it. Wait, what is the food that is Monte Cristo a food?
Monte Cristo's a sandwich too.
Yeah, I like those too.
Yeah. Man, very really good to pull a Count of Monte Cristo and then have a Monte Cristo. What is the name of the Count of Monte Cristo, by the way? What's his real name? He comes back as the Count of Monte Cristo, but he's not Count of Monte Cristo.
I bet you the doctor knows.
I'm just going to say it. Edmond Dantes.
Ah!
Great name, huh? Edmond Dantes, the Count of Monte Cristo, master of the long con.
Sounds like someone from a telenovela.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act. that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of the gang, and I'm a part of the gang, and we're happy to have you a part of the gang because we are live from Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
I'm so glad I could get you that headset, by the way. Those headsets are terrific, but they're very sensitive, are they not?
Mm-hmm. You hear everything.
I mean, you hear everything, but they are. They're a great piece. They're a great piece of technology until somebody rubs their hands on the microphone.
What do you mean?
So today's the day with Maintenance Matters, where we look under the hood, but we also look into your health as well. Highway to Health is coming up here just in uno momento. Lindsay Lawler from a yet undisclosed, soon-to-be disclosed location will be joining us here on the show as Comcast continues to be the villain in Nashville as well too. So we'll figure out how we're going to be talking to Lindsay. Lots of great people. Dr. Carol's going to be here. We're talking to the Tina Turner Museum, by the way, letting you know how to take care of your animals and your pets, and also a really fun place to go to check out not only Tina Turner, but all of West Tennessee as well, as a matter of fact. But before any of that, how about a little bit of this? Cholangiocarcinoma, by the way, is the long-form version of bile duct cancer, and I could not ask for a better guest today to talk about this than Dr. Juan Valle. He most recently served as professor and honorary consultant in medical oncology at the University of Manchester and the Christie NHS Foundation Trust in Manchester, United Kingdom. He was part of a team establishing the first standard of care for patients with advanced bile duct cancer in 2009 and is a founding member of the International Biliary Tract Cancer Consortium. He chaired the UK National Cancer Research Institute. There's a lot. I could spend the morning unpacking your bio here of you as an expert, sir. And Doctor, it would still not do you justice. Throughout his amazing career, Dr. Valle has made significant contributions to this field, authored numerous publications, including over 300 scientific articles, and received multiple research grants to support his very important work. He set the basically his research is the standard for patient care in cholangiocarcinoma. It's good to have you on this morning. Thank you for making time in your busy schedule.
Thanks very much for having me, and congratulations on pronouncing cholangiocarcinoma.
Oh, thank you very much. We try to get things right around here as best we can. Let's talk about let's talk for a moment about bile duct cancer, yes, but exactly what it is, because it actually has connections and relations to other forms of cancer that people are more familiar with.
Yeah, you're right. We think about liver cancer very often as cancer that arises from the liver cells itself. Just imagine there's a tree trunk going into the roots, into the soil. So imagine that the liver cells are the soil. And if a cancer arises from the soil, we call it primary liver cancer or hepatocellular carcinoma. But sometimes a cancer can arise from the root system. Those are the bile ducts coming out of the liver, and that's cholangiocarcinoma. So altogether, it's included in liver cancer, but it's very specifically a cancer that starts in the bile ducts.
Okay, so how common is it? And who are the people that are most at risk? Because I would, the real crucial thing here is that this seems like, I don't know anything about this other than what I've read, some of the stuff that you've actually put out there. But how common is this, and who should be most worried?
Yeah, it's not a common type of cancer. There's an estimated 10,000 new cases in the U.S. per year. We think that's probably an underestimate, and we're doing work at the moment at the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation to try and get more accurate incidence figures. It may be closer to 20,000 cases per year. But in looking out for the risk factors for cholangiocarcinoma, in fact, it shares many of the risk factors of other cancers, like obesity, smoking, excess alcohol. So these are risk factors that are applicable to other cancers like primary liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, esophageal cancer, and others.
Let me ask you something as a follow-up, the idea that it's being underreported. Is it because people are misdiagnosing it as liver cancer? Is it cancer that people don't realize that they've diagnosed liver cancer? Is it a case of that where people are getting cancer diagnoses that aren't a cholangiocarcinoma? They don't realize what it is, and it's gone someplace else by that point? What's the cause?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah. I think what's happened in the past is that it's become lumped into liver cancer. And in fact, that still happens in some of the academic publications. So what we're trying to do is unpick the detail and work out which ones of those liver cancers are in fact coming from the bile ducts. But the other big confusion has been that you may know that the liver is a natural filter in the body. So it will filter cancers that come from the bowel, the pancreas, the stomach. And so often when people see a cancer in the liver, it is assumed to have come from somewhere else rather than this has started in the liver. So there has been an issue of miscoding in the past with what's called cancer of unknown primary. So we're trying now to make sure that we're really delving down into the detail and finding out how common this really is.
Okay. So we've talked about the idea that, certain lifestyle choices, of course, and by the way, it's the same cast of characters that show up for almost everything outside of the hereditary kind of situations. Are there early warning signs, meaning that there are so many people who are alive today because of, getting themselves regularly checked in their rear end, people who get themselves, who quit smoking at an early age. But what are some of the things that kind of let us know early that, that something has gone wrong?
Yeah, so there isn't at the moment a specific screening test for this cancer. So, unlike screening that you were mentioning for other cancers, we don't have one specifically for cholangiocarcinoma. So I think what we want is people to just be more aware when things aren't quite right. Sometimes it's very non-specific symptoms like unexplained weight loss. If the bile ducts do get blocked, then sometimes people develop jaundice. They become yellow in the skin and in the eyes. And so that's a warning sign to then seek help from your primary care provider. But the main thing, I guess, is to encourage people to participate in annual checks, because very often the earliest signs that we see are just from routine labs like liver function tests, which are taken as a blood test.
We have been talking about this ad nauseum, and of course, as you realize, the transportation industry in the United States and many of the truck drivers who are owner-operators and small business owners are principal among our listeners. And we've been talking about this. This kind of cancer is one of the best cases for preventative medicine, that so many people don't do anything until it's too late. And simply making a habit of going into the doctor and getting the work that you've just talked about done and getting it done rigorously is the best preventative. Preventative medicine is the best preventative for this outside of lifestyle changes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the whole point is that if there is a cancer there, you don't ignore it. We can understand that people are fearful of what a cancer diagnosis means and the implications on family and work. But in fact, we know that with any cancer, if it can be detected early, there are more treatment options and more options that can lead to a cure. So it is important, as you say, to participate in these regular health checks just to make sure that if there is something there, it can be detected.
Let me also ask you this too, because like I said, a lot of our friends out there are driving often in industrial areas. A lot of our friends out there are often driving in places where you breathe in a lot of particulates, and often the filters on their trucks are actually do a better job in regards to maintaining their engines than the lungs they breathe through. Are there, outside of the regular cast of characters that we've talked about, smoking, bad lifestyle choices, and all of that, are there other things in regards to exposure environmentally that might have a causation here?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We don't know the answer specifically for cholangiocarcinoma, but you're right. We know from experience with tobacco smoking, asbestos, these things do increase the risk of cancers developing in our body's natural filters. Now, obviously, things that you're breathing in, the main filter is going to be the lungs, but the liver is also a filter. It filters the blood from really much all of the body, primarily the digestive system, but all of our blood pumps through our liver at some point, and so the liver is acting as a filter and dealing very well with a lot of these chemicals. That includes the food that we eat, medication we take, alcohol, everything has to be filtered out through the liver.
And I realize, and I want to kind of talk about in a second here some of the actual specific work you do, but as a preventative way, what is something, as opposed to just simply the kind of like stop doing the negative, what is something really positive that we can do? Because a lot of people are able to think about their trucks, doctor, in ways of they know, as we were talking about this morning, how to check their fuel tank. What are direct things in regards to diet and in regards to whatever you're putting in your system that are just genuinely good for your liver?
Yeah, you're right. This is about being positive. And, there are things that are within our control. So helping to manage your body weight is within our control. And that means improving the quality of our diet with things like fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fiber-rich fruits, and limiting certain things like highly processed foods and limiting red and processed meats, limiting sugary drinks, for example. Those are things that are within our control. But also making sure that we remain physically active. I know that a lot of people will be sitting in a truck driving for many hours, but I'm no different. I'm sitting in an office for many hours. And so I have to make a conscious effort to be active, take a break. If I can walk somewhere to the store, I will do that instead of driving. Or if you do drive, park a little bit further away, so you have to walk a little bit extra. We tend to park the closest to the front door, yet we could park a bit further away and just get a little bit more exercise in. So it's really just about having a positive mindset of, this is my body, I'm going to care for it, I'm going to be active, I'm going to be mindful of what I put into it, I'm going to be mindful of what I'm going to expose it to, like tobacco, excess alcohol, for example.
I wanted to ask you, by the way, because this area is such a specialty, and it is important, by the way, because this is a thing that, like I said, we don't know a lot about it. A lot of people don't know about it. You actually have made a specialty of it in your life. Can you talk about the gravitational pull of what brought you here? Why this caught your attention, why you began to do research on it, and why you continue to look for ways to kind of prevent those people, those 10,000 people a year who get this, maybe more than that, from getting it. Can you talk a little bit about your own story with it?
Yeah, thank you. This was a little bit by accident. When I was originally appointed on faculty at my university and hospital back in the UK, the original plan was for me to treat patients with bowel cancer. And in fact, we had set up a multidisciplinary team to discuss patients who needed to have liver surgery if bowel cancer had spread to the liver. But within that liver multidisciplinary team, we were occasionally seeing patients with, bile duct cancer, cholangiocarcinoma, also gallbladder cancer, pancreas cancer, and nobody in my institution was treating those patients. And initially, when we were looking to treat those patients, we were trying to decide, so what treatment do we give these patients? And when we looked at the literature, there was nothing published in terms of good evidence of telling us what even the first treatment is that we should give these patients. So fast forward a few years, we set up a collaboration across the whole of the UK, which meant that all the hospitals in the UK treating patients with cholangiocarcinoma were recruiting patients into the same clinical trial. So it was rare enough that individual hospitals couldn't set up their own trials, but just common enough that with collaboration across the whole of the UK, we could recruit into these clinical trials that then established the standards of care. And it's great now to see that we are in fact, an international community of investigators, and that spans the US and Europe and Asia and South America. So we now have a very good group of collaborators who can recruit to clinical trials and help to advance the field more quickly.
I'm going to make a metaphor. I hope it doesn't make you go, what the heck are you talking about, Jimmy Mack? We've actually, the last couple of months on this show, talked about specialty drivers. There are men and women out there who are amazing behind the wheel of a truck, amazing in how they kind of handle their affairs. And they're so good at what they do, they end up doing stuff. I don't know if you know this, but the sand in a golf trap. If you actually take it across the country, it actually has to be carried very specifically or it gets ruined. And also anybody that hauls bees has to know how to maintain a perfect kind of pitch of speed with a police escort to prevent it, of course, from killing the livestock. And it just feels like that you were this great doctor who found this one particular area in which you're like, nobody's really working on this, or at least the people who are disparate. And it feels like a bunch of people kind of came together worldwide to kind of develop a strategy of shared information and best practices as this kind of plays itself out. Where are you in regards to getting closer to either finding a cure or finding what I would call a direct intervention preventative?
Yeah, so that was a great analogy, and that's exactly what it's like. And that understanding comes from initially seeing not just tens, but hundreds of patients with this cancer. And so you get a feel for when things are going wrong, even though you can't see anything on labs or scans. So getting that expertise is important. I have to quickly tell you a story. When I first started out on this endeavor, I would put in submissions to drug companies to access their treatments so that we could use it for clinical trials for patients. And consistently, I would get letters of reply saying, I'm sorry, this is not in a strategic development plan. And so we had many closed doors. It's so great to see now, many years later, that we have established standards of care, including not just chemotherapy, but also immunotherapy. And we also have a much better understanding of the biology of these cancers. So in the past few years, we have had 7 FDA approvals for targeted therapies, which are subgroups of patients that have a genetic abnormality within the cancer that's driving their particular cancer for which we have a therapy. So we have made huge progress over the past few years in terms of understanding the cancer, but also developing treatments.
There's
still a long way to go. We're not complacent.
I understand, by the way, and that's really exciting stuff, though, because you're beginning to realize that you're beginning to figure out that while you can't be predictive yet, there are a series of different kind of combinations and formula being like, hey, we can really mitigate, we can stop this before it gets going, or to some degree extend the life of the person who actually suffers from it. The other important thing, too, and I think it's crucial to remember, and I'm going to use another bad analogy, but I will, talk about the weight loss drugs that have recently come out, and one of the kind of driving factors that, a lot of people don't understand is that these were anti-diabetes drugs. In many ways, this was about regulating the temperature inside of people's body. Often we discover that we will develop drugs or treatments or methodologies for working that end up being applicable to other areas of medicine and other areas of improving life. We never know when we are studying these very particularized things. People say, well, why are you spending all that money and time on that? Because along with saving the lives of tens, hundreds of thousands of people around the planet, you're also engaged in an action as you never know where the science, the experimentation, the control groups are going to take you. You may come up with something that becomes a great therapy for this that then ends up affecting all of our lifestyles.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have known for the past few years that the incidence of liver cancer has been increasing, and that has been mainly driven by obesity and what we call metabolic syndrome. So even although the obesity drugs are very much targeting weight, it may be that we will in time see a turning around of that increase in incidence of liver cancer as we manage obesity. But just to give another example, there is a clinical trial going on at the moment looking at the role of aspirin in preventing the development of cholangiocarcinoma. Now, this isn't in all patients. We know there is a condition called primary sclerosing cholangitis, or PSC. This is a condition where there's a lot of inflammation in the bile ducts over decades, and that increases the risk of cholangiocarcinoma. So the trial is looking to see whether we can, by using aspirin, prevent cholangiocarcinoma developing in those patients. Now, if we do see a signal there, then there's a question of whether we should use this more widely to try and prevent cancer in a more general population.
And by the way, I love the use of the word signal, like I said, because the thing is that people are always looking for magic bullets. What is it? The magic bullet, there's nothing magic about it. It often takes, 10, 15, 25 years of development and billions of dollars. But so much of what you guys do is you're acting as detectives, where the villain of the piece is really incredibly well hidden, how they show up. I wanted to ask, in regards to age ranges here, what is the scope of, does this affect people of all ages? Is there a real risk point age that this begins to pop up?
Yeah, so as we get older, our bodies are less able to repair from any damage. So we know that increasing age is a risk factor for most cancers, and this also applies to cholangiocarcinoma. But I did mention earlier on that we're identifying some of these rare molecular subgroups. And one of the subgroups that we're seeing is something called FGFR2 fusion. So that's fibroblast growth factor receptor number 2, fusion-driven cholangiocarcinoma. That happens in around 8 to 10% of cholangiocarcinomas. And in fact, it does seem to affect younger females. We have no idea what the mechanism for that is, what the explanation is. Again, to your point, we're making these observations, and we just need the science to catch up with these observations to try and find an explanation.
Just to kind of give us a sense, I want to come back to you. Unpack for our listeners what the average day, and how about just the average month is like for you on the job. People don't realize, I think, a lot of the times how much. Something that you and I might have in common is that, one of the things people don't realize about the kind of jobs that a lot of people have is that so much of it is about reading. It's about reading, and keeping up with all the other trends with your colleagues and all that as well. But kind of give us a sense of what a month looks like for you on the job dealing with this.
Yeah, so reading is key. I have to be up with the latest, and so on a Sunday evening, I receive a notification of all the publications that have been published that week regarding to cholangiocarcinoma. And it's usually in the region of 50 to 60. So I need to make sure that I understand what are the key themes emerging from those publications. The other thing about our foundation is we're just about to celebrate our 20th year. And in fact, the foundation has been very strong in the past in patient advocacy, connecting patients with mentors, being able to advise them about new treatments, seeking second opinions, and so on. But my role has been in growing the research program, and so we're expanding the amount of research funding from $500,000 a year to $1.8 million a year. And that we hope is going to accelerate research. And I was also recently involved in developing a consensus conference. We convened the experts globally to our annual conference, and we identified what are the research priorities for the next 5 years. And so my month-to-month job right now is on putting that into action. Where do we need to put the funding? Where can we get additional funding from new sources? And where is it that we need to just get the community together and collaborate on solutions? And finally, my other role is a lot of traveling. I need to be at the conferences where these experts are and helping to shape the agenda so that where people are talking about liver cancer, we're also talking specifically about cholangiocarcinoma.
You know, when I was a college professor, I used to make jokes all the time about the fact that we'd have to go raise money for foundations and all that kind of stuff. And I would get so starved for reading, I would catch myself in the cereal aisle of the grocery store reading the back of the box of packages just to keep my reading skills up. And it's people don't realize it a lot. So much of what you do depends upon your research. And when you also have this, I'm going to call it the stress and strain, but when you have the pressures of, you know, maintaining awareness for it, keeping the word out there, and also kind of being in contact with the people who are suffering from this to a large degree, it just makes for a very, very busy schedule. And you also find yourself wanting to keep up because you want to make sure you don't miss making those connections as well. Must make for a very rewarding, but a very, very high stakes kind of situation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And within the foundation, you know, our first core value is patients first. So everything we do, and in fact, it's a reflection of my academic career as well, was always about how we can make things better for patients now and make things better for patients in the future. And this really links very nicely to our other core values of innovation, collaboration, but also urgency. Despite the improvements that we've seen with these new therapies approved by the FDA, the reality is that many patients don't get to 5 years. Our 5-year survival is still very low. So we still have this sense of urgency about how can we accelerate research as much as possible.
All right, we're almost out of time here. I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell people where they can go to find out more about what it is you're doing. And by the way, we are talking not just to over-the-road truck drivers, but small business owners, people who actually sometimes own bigger businesses than that as well, too. How can they help? Where can they go? And what can they do?
Thank you for this opportunity. So if you want to get more information or support, look at our website. It's quite easy to remember. It's CURE. CCA. CCA is the abbreviation for cholangiocarcinoma, so it's curecca.org. If you are a patient or caregiver, there's a lot of information there for you. But if you are a business owner, if you're thinking about being able to help fund some of our research programs, then we have research fellowships, mid-career development awards, as well as big innovation grants, and we're always looking for funding for that grant program.
I can't thank you enough for making time. I know how invaluable yours is, not just to you, but to the many people who depend upon the breakthroughs that you make and the insights that you have. You're welcome back anytime there's a breakthrough, anytime anything exciting in the field. Please don't hesitate to kind of keep us in the loop and let us know what's going on. Thank you again, Dr. Valle.
I would love that, and thanks for the invitation today.
Thank you so much. That's Highway to Health, guys. And a great reminder, by the way, from the good doctor. Even if this isn't a concern or worry of yours, maintain that maintenance of yourself. Mm-hmm. Really take care of yourself. Really stay on top of it because you want to be healthy for the people you love. As my dad was told at 79 years of age when he was almost 320 pounds, would you like to meet a great-granddaughter or a great-grandson? Well, yeah. Well, then here's some simple steps you could take. Always listen to your doctor and take those simple steps. And if you have a problem, go get a second opinion. But don't just ignore it, okay? We'll take a quick break here. We're all off the red carpet for, Lindsay's going to make it. We figured out how we're going to do it. She's here. We love it.
And she's happy.
No, she's a little crazy. Don't confuse the two.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
No, it's not the phone.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Yeah.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang.
Hello.
But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself.
What did
and
you
you can't
do?
find
Keep
yourself
your
unless
number.
you're right. Right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out. And maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Is she not doing whatchamajigger?
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
That little giggle, by the way, is not the emotions you're feeling at all, Lindsay. How we doing over there in Franklin, Tennessee?
I'd say I don't want to talk about it, but it's a talk show, and so it's kind of all I want to talk about.
Go on.
Continue.
But here's the thing. I was driving over here so I'm over at my parents' house, which is in boxes, and there's like 5 crews working on the house. So I'm in a corner over here, and I'm going to leave today. I'm just going to do the show today on the phone. And then when we got off the air, my sweet husband's going to help me go set it. We're taking my whole studio apart and taking it somewhere else to set it up, because it doesn't appear we'll have internet for the foreseeable future. So we'll be moving that today. But as I was driving over here, I put on this artist that I really like named Abel Hart, and he has a song called It's All Working Out. And the whole idea is everything's working out for me, even the annoying stuff, basically. And I was dancing in my car. It's the first time I had a smile on my face and danced. That's not true. It's not the first time. Because, listen, as I told you a couple days ago, it's kind of crazy. After a few days of it, after you settle into the idea that we don't have those comforts we used to have, you find other things to do. So I've actually played and enjoyed time with my child. It's like forced me to find some joys, because what can you do? I chased a Comcast truck down the street yesterday, which is the only service we can get in our area. And I finally got him to pull over, and he said to me, and I quote, "Yeah, I wouldn't expect service anytime soon." And then he drove off. And at that moment I thought, well, it's not happening. I'm screwed. So move on, get on with your life. It is what it is. And now I'm just trying to I mean, I think it's going to be weird when I do get service back. I won't know what to do with myself when I have access to the world again. I also said to Seamus last night going to bed, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on in the world outside of my house and my neighborhood. And that is also how we're designed to be. I'm kind of back to ground zero, back how we're designed to be, which is to kind of only know what I can control, and that's in just my little circle and vortex, even if I can't control it. So, you know, people have holes in their roof and are dying. So what if I don't have a few services right now? Outside of the fact that I can't work very well.
Well, no,
so
I mean,
apologies, and thank you to Jim and Dre for hanging on for me.
oh, it's quite all right. By the way, it's really weird. I'm glad Dre was getting some of your text messages, because I've gotten them in dumps on occasion. It's been like, are you getting these? And I'll like look and realize I just got 3 at the same time along with the, am I getting these? And I'm trying to guess based on your level of frustration, not with me, but with the world, what time I actually got the other ones before then. This is one of those places where I won't have a, oh, boo-hoo for you. I mean, this is your job. I mean, that's a very different thing. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things where, you know, there were people who in the aftermath of Katrina were like, you have no idea what we've had to go through. And it's like, dude, you still have your job. You're an independent consultant. Your house didn't get flooded. You've been displaced from the city. You have money. Get over yourself. There were other people who were like, dude, I don't have a job. There's no place to have my job. And so much of what you do with us depends upon you being actually connected to the interweb. I mean, it's dependent on it.
All of it.
All of it.
Totally.
Everything.
I said that to the Comcast guy. I said, dude, I'm going to lose my job. He goes, just use your hotspot. And I was like, I don't think you understand where I live. That's not a thing. Oh, do you want to say hi to D?
Hey, Jimmy Mac.
Hey, Mr. D, how are you, man? Good to see you, sir. Thanks for loaning us the studio space. What's that?
Yeah. Hey, if I'm on air video in here, my fee doubles.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean,
that bill is going up.
You know what nothing times 2 is, right?
Story of my life. My life.
How are you down there? Weather okay?
Yeah, the weather was only bad on the only time we had anything even remotely resembling awful was Saturday, just to kind of give people a sense of that. It was about 22 degrees with a wind chill factor of 12 down here, and it meant that nobody went anywhere. But that being said, I got like 4 Phone Master Dre's up here on the screen, by the way, which is always a really good thing. Yeah, the weather's actually okay down here. I mean, and I kept thinking about that because people were complaining down here. My mom finally told somebody, literally used you as an example. My mom, Lindsay, went like going, what are you complaining about? Lindsay had her meter ripped off of her house. You don't know what a problem is. Told one kid, I
appreciate that.
Yeah, told one kid, you weren't born during Katrina. So Dre picked me up from work today and asked me, is that the house you grew up in? And I said, no. I said, but I said, that is the plot of land where my sister grew up, because the house that my mom and dad live in is in the same plot of land where they had a house before Katrina, but it got wiped out and they had to rebuild it from scratch. So when we had Thanksgiving morning the year after Katrina in the new house, my dad pointed out that my nephew Jack was older than the house, which was so strange in New Orleans he was 1 year old. He was born, my nephew Jack was born 1 month after Katrina, which meant he was born in Lafayette, Louisiana, because there was no New Orleans to be born into. So the displacement that goes on with the stuff that you're going through right now, it's like the joke my mom always says, if your house burns down, your neighbors run to the rescue, right? But what happens when you and your neighbor and the neighbor across the way, what happens when their house burns down? And when you get these
and you know, people around here keep talking about, what's that called, survivor's guilt.
I gotta go.
Oh. We're on the air. We're on the air. We're not talking to Jim, Dad.
Good to see you, dude.
Oh, I love him. I love him. All right, I'm over it.
Are you here to do work? We actually are on the air, Dad.
Okay, I can go.
You can stay. Sorry, guys. I think you thought you and I were just shooting the shit here.
Just a bit.
But I said I took my daughter to her gymnastics for the first time last night. in a couple weeks. And they said, there was someone behind me and they never lost power or anything. And he was like, I feel so bad. He said, we never lost any service. I'm so sorry. And I was like, no, dude. Like, I said, that's the thing. I'm so grateful for the people that didn't lose service because they took my family in. Like, my family stayed at somebody else's house that did have power. My family got their entire family sick. Sorry about that. But they took care of us and they brought supplies to us. They're like, we have the means to do it and you would do it for us. And so that's just what it is. You help people when you can because you're going to need their help at another time. So that's it. You know what? We're moving on. It's fine. It's just a pain in the ass is all it is. But other than it's a big pain in the ass because, like you said, it is my job and I can't do my job without internet. And people don't think about it. They're like, just use your hotspot. Or, I tried to Venmo a friend back the other day who brought us groceries, and I can't even do that, which is not a big deal. She's like, you get it to me when you get it. But it's just funny the things we complain about and realize, okay, but did you die? No. So get over it.
I have one little good story for you about Katrina. My mom and dad had to come back early because my dad at the time was working where I used to work. He was working at the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. And so he had to get back because they had to start processing stuff. I mean, they had to get back to work, with child services and family court and all that kind of stuff. And so they had to move over to Algiers, which is across the river. It's still in New Orleans, but it's the one part of New Orleans that's across the river. The rest of across the river is Jefferson
Sounds like
Parish.
another country.
It is another country, although it's really wonderful. The next time you come, I'm going to make you and Dre come with me to Algiers Point because there is one neighborhood across the river you can get to by ferry. And Lindsay, it's an extension of the French Quarter. It's like the most charming, like, what in the hell is this place kind of place. But they moved into what they call New Algiers, which is very middle class, very brick houses. He had to rent a house. And it was an all African-American neighborhood, middle class, all African-American neighborhood. And they kind of got in there, and the neighbors saw them walk in, and they waved at them, and they waved back. And my dad went off to work, and then later on that morning, there was a knock on the door, and there was a nice woman from across the street with a whole bunch of other women holding dishes and supplies. And she said, this is wonderful. What made you guys come by? Is this just a welcoming party? They said, no, given your complexion, we assume you're not from this part of the city, and we assume you're here because you might be from Lakeview where y'all lost everything. And it was so kind. They didn't know her. They just showed up with food and supplies and all kinds of great stuff. By the way, Trucker Boaston says T-Mobile is laying new fiber optic lines all around my neighborhood for internet service, but Bandit says, tell Lindsay to try to get T-Mobile 5G home internet. That's what I have at my house and in my truck, and I've got service almost everywhere I know. They offer it in Nashville. It's Franklin, brother.
Yeah, they do not offer it.
Not the same county.
They do not offer it in our neighborhood, and also, even if they did, it's not enough bandwidth for me to get on air. We have to use extra oomph to get on air. I've tried. I appreciate the recommendations. Please keep sending them. There is a service called United, that is apparently pretty good, but it's not in our area either. So everyone in our neighborhood, we're having them call every day. But even if they do add it, it wouldn't be for months. So we have one option, and it is Comcast Xfinity, and they know that. And I had somebody in India yesterday tell me to try resetting your router. And I was like, dude, I don't think that the 4 lines laying in the street are going to be helped by me resetting my router. And then I got a text from Comcast in Spanish, so that was pretty helpful.
You know what the United plan is, right? You go back to the airport, you get on a United plane, and you fly, and you leave, and you never come back to any place that Comcast has anything to say about anything.
I go back to Belize, and I say, screw it all. I'm going back to Belize. Believe it or not, I'm not coming home.
I never thought I could be so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not. Believes it or not, it's just Lindsay Lawler here on Road Gang Radio, where you can give us a call at 615. You like that transition? 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
What we got Dr. Carol coming up here, and then we got a great chance to talk to somebody with the best name of all time. Outlaw is part of their name. Sonia is going to be joining us with the Tina Turner Museum, the West Tennessee Museum, all kinds of groovy, amazing stuff. What can we come to expect in our country and Western music news? What do we got coming?
We're going to talk about, even though I didn't fully get to see them, we're going to talk about the Grammys, but not, don't worry, if you didn't watch them or if you don't care, that's fine. We're going to break down what happened at the Grammys and what that actually means for country music. We're going to talk about a cool moment with Shabuzi. We're going to talk about a cool moment where Jelly Roll decided not to talk about politics. I love it when celebrities don't use their platform to talk about politics on award shows. That's why I stopped watching award shows. But it didn't happen as much, at least with Jelly Roll and his acceptance speech.
He was
We'll
dynamic.
talk about some of the people that were honored in the in memoriam, which was really cool. Both Ozzy, our friend Mark Volman. So yeah, it's neat. We're going to kind of break down all that happened there, and then talk about a alternative halftime to the Super Bowl this weekend, which I find very bizarre, but we're going to talk about it anyway.
I will tell you this, and we'll get a chance to dig into it a little bit more. I thought it was the best handled in memoriam I have seen in any award show in forever. I thought the trifecta of how they handled it, and even when they came back after the break and showed the images that were up there too quickly, where they cut away to kind of cut to a musician showing off their chops and ended up missing like David Johansen of the New York Dolls, they came back on the other side and showed the images that kind of may have gotten cut off or not shown properly. I thought it was great. And I love the idea of starting off with the trendsetters, with Reba doing her thing, and then literally getting into Post Malone doing the tribute to Ozzy, and then having that amazing rhythm and blues and soul and rap moment too with the choir. It just across the board was the best in memoriam I have seen in forever. It was great. I thought Reba was amazing. I thought she was just great.
Always amazing. We'll break down that more in Country and Western Music coming up at 10:30. Also, I just want to note real quick, tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go down, but we will have a new live episode of We Should Write. Still trying to figure out how and where we're going to do that. But a woman named Annie McCormick is going to be in studio with me, in room with me, in truck with me somewhere. She's amazing, Jim. If you'll remember, Annie McCormick
I remember her
on a while ago on Road Gang Radio, and she and I have struck up a relationship. She's wonderful. She's here visiting her daughter, so I don't want to postpone it because I'm going to kidnap her while she's actually in town. But she sold her house, sold all of her belongings, and just travels travels the world, pet sitting and house sitting, which allows her the freedom. It's a job that pays for her travel and her curiosity. And because of that, she has the freedom to write. She has a really great blog, a lot of great journals, but she's also now a published author with a really great book. And we're going to talk less about that actual book and more about the idea of creating space to write, to heal, to evolve, but to also find adventure, which she's done. She lives this remarkable life. So I'm really excited for everybody to get to hear her talking. I think she's going to inspire. No, I know tomorrow's episode will inspire people to shake some stuff up in their life, self included. So make sure you tune in live tomorrow. We Should Write 12 to 1. If you miss it, it'll live the next day as a podcast wherever you stream. You can go now and search We Should Write on all streaming platforms and find all the previous episodes.
One of the things that happened at the Grammys too that I don't think you're going to be digging into, but if you are, you can put the brakes on me, was the speech where I forget who it was. I can't remember for the life of me who it was talking, but he said, always work. He says, always work. He talked about the idea of always be working. If you have a free moment, he says, always be working. And he said, I don't mean that in regard. He said, I'm not telling people out there who, work manual labor jobs to wear themselves out or break themselves. He said, but if you get to work in this industry or anything that you love doing, he said, when you have a free moment, work. And we got 2 calls coming in?
No, I was just letting you know it was Trevor Noah.
Oh, it was Trevor Noah.
Yeah, it was the host, yeah.
Always work. Yeah, he said always work. We get a chance to kind of do that, which is really amazing. And I had that experience, and I think you're having some of it over there too, is that I had this experience last night where you know what I'm trying to do over here, you know what I'm trying to pull off, and until I get answers from people, there's not much else I can do. So I sent off all my emails, Lindsay, and I had this moment when I was up, and I finally said, you know what, I'm going to go back to work on our thing. And I really hope if you get anything good out of all the chaos of all of what's going on over there is the fact that you're able to steal a few moments to work on something that you don't have time for when the internet is on, if that makes any sense. Because, you've got to do it.
I've read a lot. I haven't necessarily worked on any of my own stuff, but I've finished 3 fiction books.
That
and
counts.
I haven't, which is helpful. I haven't read a fiction book. I can't even tell you how long, outside of, some of the things that I've perused for on our show. But I don't read like you do. I don't read as much as you do. And it's reading fictional books these past 2 weeks have helped reset my creativity for sure, because I'm seeing things different now. I'm seeing in movies more than I was before. Before that I read any biography I could get my hand on, any spirituality, any self-help, personal growth. I have loved more history books, stuff like that. But I needed some fiction in my life, and so this has forced me to do that, which is creativity. So yeah.
What did you
help my writing?
What did you read? What did you read, my sister? What did you read?
Oh, like just silly stuff. I read a book called The Wedding People, which I guess they're making it. They have the rights on it. It's becoming a film. It's about this woman who goes to a fancy hotel to kill herself. It's not a dark book. She goes to a hotel to kill herself and sees that this younger girl has rented the entire hotel for this $1 million wedding of hers, and somehow the girl about to kill herself got the only room there. And it's what happens as she finds her way into the wedding party. And spoiler alert, does not kill herself. But it's a very liminal space book. It's about her liminal space between killing herself and her new life.
Well, by the way, that'll take you. I mean, that actually is one of the things that will stop somebody from killing. That has been literally proven to stop people from killing themselves. Is if you feel that the impact of your death would ruin something for somebody else, it often puts the brakes on people. It really does. They go like, well,
And that's it. The bride sees this woman in the elevator, and she's like, "Why are you here?" She's like, "I'm here for my wedding." "How did you get a room?" She goes, "Well, I'm here to kill myself." And the bride's reaction is, "Well, you can't do that. It'll ruin my wedding." And so begins the story.
Unbelievable. I love that, by the way. And I'm guessing that she gets swept into everything involving the wedding, right?
She does. Spoiler alert, she becomes the maid of honor. It's so good. It's so good. It was so fun. I also read a mystery thriller about a woman, a desperate housewife up in Hingham by Cape Cod. And I've started reading Stephen. Have you read Stephen King's book On Writing?
Yes, it's brilliant.
It's brilliant. My Uber driver a couple weeks ago mentioned to me he had written a book. My Uber driver has published 2 books, of course, and I told him I was a writer, and he told me about this book and another one. So I ordered it and I started reading it. I'm only a quarter of the way through, and I'm already like, okay, well, this is life-changing. So, yeah. Anyway, if anybody out there is interested in being a writer, I can already say On Writing is the title of Stephen King's book, which is kind of partial memoir, partial. And I like that it seems, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, more not Stephen King saying, do it this way, rather Stephen King saying, this is how I've done it. And it's worked for me. And I also love the idea, it kind of hit me that Stephen King, when he says, amateurs write when the spirit moves them, or amateurs write when they're inspired. Professionals put their butt in the seat and do it every single day. And I'm like, screw it. I got to do that every single day.
Yeah, it's really funny because, you've met her and her wife. My friend Michelle took me to lunch, and she called to see if I wanted to go to lunch. And I said, can you give me a half an hour? And she said, you're writing, aren't you? I said, yeah, I'm writing. She said, okay, I'll see. Because Michelle runs a big writing nonprofit here in the city of New Orleans for young writers. And, well, young writers doesn't mean your age, but just people who are new to writing. It's people who, want an opportunity to share their work, get workshops and all that kind of stuff. And she called, and she instantly knew. Because if I'm just like working and you call for lunch, unless I'm on a deadline, I just get up and go. But she called, and she's like, hey, can you have lunch? And I said, you got to give me half an hour. And she instantly knew. She said, you're writing. I said, I'm writing. You got to do it every day, and you got to do it badly. That's the other thing, too. You have to, I literally taught a class once, Lindsay, where the whole class was called Write a Bad Play. And the whole class was Write a Bad Play. And I give them their plays back at the end, and I'm like, you all failed. And and I said, I'm going to change the title, though, to write a really inventive, imaginative, over-the-top, wonderful piece of stupidity. And then they succeed. And I find that what people don't do is they don't give themselves permission to be idiots. They give themselves permissions to be idiots in their daily life, and then they won't do it on the page. And it's just always stunning to me. My
Yeah.
other favorite writing exercise is I'm working on this thing right now, but what I really want to do is, and then writing something completely ridiculous and then seeing where the muse takes you and the world kind of rolls you along onto victory. Yeah, you got to do it every day, every single day, every day. It becomes like it has been the hardest part of the last 3 or 4 months for me is like finding the time to do it, and then to go past just doing it, but to really kind of breathe and make things work the way you want to make it work.
Maybe you need to lose your service for a little while.
Oh, losing my car helped. I'll tell you that. Not having a car.
Well, yeah, and even, you say finding the time to do it. Like if you weren't able to watch TV or watch movies or do that, you would have to just read and write.
Well, you know what I did last night? I'm telling you.
Stop doing that.
Last night, my friend, I did it actually. I sat down and I don't care who's listening. I'll read it to you. When they walked in, they all looked like folks I should have known. Does that make sense? Almost cliches of what you would want the best version of the band for that evening to look like. How about this? If I'd already known them and I had gotten to pick the band for that particular event, they looked exactly like the sort of folks that I would have picked. Broken but put back together. Harder but stronger for the effort. I remember thinking, good Lord, I sure hope these fellas can play as good as they look like they can play. And I remember suspecting that Erica Zahn might have had a hand in it. But before I could think or suspect anything else, that fence pole of a guitar player introduced himself and his crew. So that's exactly how I introduced them when I took the stage. And I did, just finally sat down and did it. You just sit down and I got to do it. I got to do it badly. Got to fix it later. Got to make it happen now. Got to get that thing put together. Speaking of writers we love, who's coming next week, huh? The Gray Man.
No, who?
The Gray Man.
The
Gray Man's
Yeah,
coming.
I don't know. I still can't see my calendar.
Well, gee, why is that, Lindsay?
I don't know, but I'm excited about The Gray Man. I did get Mark Gray's new book in the mail, and I should have been reading that because it looks like it's about 1,000 pages.
Well, he uses bigger print, though, so we'll be okay. You and I will be okay. He doesn't have that, micro print like Stephen King does. Stephen King, when people go to a Stephen King book signing, he isn't signing books. He's writing a book for everybody in line. It's the true thing. True thing. The man just cranks out stuff now because he never stops writing. It just kind of accumulates and happens. Guys, don't stop doing the thing that you love. When you stop doing the thing that you love, that's when it's over.
Can I say something real quick? I noticed we watched the other night on Freya's iPad the Bruce Springsteen. We can take her little tablet and drive to my parents' house and download something on her tablet and then drive home. So we've been doing and then delete it. Don't have a lot of space. So we've been doing that. But we watched the Bruce Springsteen movie the other night. What's the actor's name?
Jeremy Allen White.
Thank you. So you've seen it?
I want to so bad. I just know that he's in it and I love him.
He's great, and he was great as Bruce. Not a lot happens in the story. It's more about Bruce's mental journey, his battle with depression, which is a huge story. So I'm kind of glad not a lot else happened. They wanted to really prove the point of mental health, and his father was abusive, but he shows the arc of coming back around and kind of healing that relationship with his parents. But real quick, what I wanted to say is I watched in that movie him playing Bruce and writing with his hand, writing songs like Nebraska and all these songs, writing with his hand. And I had this huge aha moment. We say we don't have songwriters like we used to these days. I think it has something to do with now people write on their phones and on their computers, and they don't physically write with their hands as much anymore. And they say there's something to a different kind of stream comes out of you, a different kind of flow. I'm not talking about your pee. When you're writing with a pen or a pencil in your hand in a journal on paper, I've noticed I say more profound things when I use my hand. My hand gets so tired, so I never do it, and I can type like a bat out of hell really fast, so I do that. But I think that's why we have different songwriters these days. It's because we have access to technology we can type on.
They had an interview with Jeff Tweedy on CBS's Good Morning, CBS's Sunday show. Sunday morning, and Jeff Tweedy had boxes and boxes of all the lyrics that he had never used. Mm-hmm. Boxes and boxes, Lindsay, of just sheets of paper, legal pad paper, white paper, fancy pants paper, hotel paper, and this was lists and lists of lyrics he never used that he would occasionally go back to and just kind of go through. Unbelievable. Wilco.
Unbelievable. I got to go dig up I've got 900 songs just sitting there waiting to be heard. So I got to go start digging them up. And speaking of digging things up, digging holes, well, that's what dogs and cats do, I guess. So coming up next, joining us, our recurring guest, of course, Dr. Carol's coming back, giving us the tea. Dr. Carol Osborne will be joining us. We're going to dispel some myths here, Jimmy Mack. We're going to talk about some controversial things that happen in pet parenting, and we're going to get to the bottom of some myths. I have a few questions. Is this true or is this not true? Dr. Carol is going to help us, Jimmy Mack.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Guys, don't forget that after this show, another encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA as we begin to figure out what's going to be our kind of partnership with them moving forward. More information coming your way just before Matt's and after Matt's as well. But in the meantime, our friends from OOIDA are going to be giving us another encore presentation if you want to check that out immediately after Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news. I don't know how you do it, my girl. I don't know how you're hanging in there, but here you are, still fighting the good fight over in the land of frozen wires and exploding trees. Is the best way to kind of express it. What you're going.
Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. We're fine. I'm excited to talk to Dr. Carol, Jimmy Mack. What about you?
I am too. So I turn to Phone Master Dre and I say, A-OK. You guys know Dr. Carol Osborne, of course. At the core of it all is the fact that she is an integrative veterinarian. And if you guys go to chagrinfallspetclinic.com, chagrinfallspetclinic.com, you can find her on the Book of Face at PAAWS. Over on Twitter at Carol on Pets and Dr. Carol VM on Instagram. And she joins us, as she always does, to give you the information about all of those funny little creatures that make you smile, that make you happy, and that bring you joy, but the responsibilities that you have to them as well. Good morning, Dr. Carol.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, Doctor. Glad to have you back. I want to dive
Always
right
glad
in.
to join
So
you.
I haven't had. We're always glad to have you. So Dr. Carol, I'm here over in Tennessee where we've had terrible ice storms. We've been without power. I still don't have internet, which is good news, bad news. Good news because I don't see all the crap that people are telling me to do and the lies. But the bad news is I can't see funny videos of pets, which that's the only thing I really want out of Instagram is funny animal videos these days. But, pet parent, let's dive in because pet parents out there, they're more anxious than ever. Our pets pick up on that, and you do one Google search, and suddenly your dog has cancer, your cat's depressed, or you're a monster if you vaccinate, you're a monster if you don't vaccinate. There's all these things being tossed upon us. So from your chair as the expert, as the vet over there, what is would you say, the biggest kind of lie that the internet keeps telling pet owners right now?
Well, I think if you're going with Dr. Google, there's all kinds of thorns. If you're not sure, take a look at your pet. Is your pet bright and alert, active, eating, urinating, defecating, got plenty of energy? Chances are you probably have a pretty happy, healthy pet. But when in doubt, the best thing to do is pick up the phone, call your vet, and have a checkup.
All right, I'm going to ask really quickly then to kind of follow up on Lindsay's question, to kind of talk about myths, the idea that often people who are not veterinarians, and by the way, nothing drives me crazier. Imagine you coming on this show and me explaining to you about what it means to be a veterinarian. I mean, it must drive you insane. But what are things that you hear that people say that they consider like wisdom of the ages or down home sort of advice on animals that you hear on a regular basis, and you're just like, please do not do that. Don't do that.
I think there's all kinds of myths, that are out there. And I think you could spend all day talking about a myth, or you could just talk about what's relevant, and what's important, and what should you know. For example, vaccines. Should your dog have a rabies shot? Should your dog not have a rabies shot? When it comes to rabies, it's a law, I think, in all 51 states. And the biggest reason for that is because, people can get rabies. So initially, I think my philosophy is give your pet the baseline level of vaccines, as a puppy, for example, the rabies, and then the distemper, hepatitis, and parvo. Those are the core. But instead of revaccinating every year, every 3 years, you can ask your vet to check a titer. A titer is just a blood sample that validates whether or not your pet is protected for those specific diseases. You send a little blood sample in, you get a report back, and you have your answer. And most of these shots last a whole lot longer than you might think, 5 up to 8 years in some cases.
All right. Second
Okay.
question. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay. You go ahead. Second question. Go ahead.
And by the way, pets should be checked out on a yearly basis, correct? That you actually should probably take your pet in to get a checkup. Is that a yes or a no?
That's a definite yes. And if you have a senior pet, which by definition would be age 7 and up, it's a good idea to take them in twice a year, every 6 months. For example, I had a gentleman who used to live in the Ohio area, but he moved to Wisconsin, had a beautiful 11-year-old Labrador. She was the spitting image of health. Happened to be coming back to Ohio to visit relatives over the new year, and thought of me, and he stopped in. Lo and behold, the dog looked pretty good to me. We took some blood, we sent it in, and the dog's in advanced liver failure. So there's a prime example of a man that loves his dog, thought everything was fine, had a routine check, and we stumbled upon something that we're working on correcting. So yeah, just like with you and I, it's always good to see what's going on the inside, because sometimes you don't see a sign on the outside.
Lindsay, unmute yourself.
You guys still there?
I've heard so often, doctor,
There
from
you go.
several people that they all of a sudden their dog seems fine, and then all of a sudden one day their dog sort of falls over, and they take him to the vet, and they're like, you need to put him to sleep right now. They're at the end of their life in cancer. That actually happened to me years ago with a pug of mine. And so what are like I said, I keep hearing that over and over. What are some signs that we can look for? And I guess it's more about leaning on your vet and having those routine checkups perhaps. But what can we do so we don't all of a sudden get that my dog was fine, and then all of a sudden they said that she has a day to live? How do we mitigate that sort of juxtaposition?
Well, once again, I think visiting your vet at least at a 6 to a 12-month interval is going to be very, very helpful. And just to address, what you said, signs of aging, various diseases, etc. They come on very, very slowly, and it's a pet's natural instinct to hide whatever isn't just as good as it should be. That's just how Mother Nature does it. So when you live with someone or with your pet every day, and you see them every day, it's hard to notice subtle changes. Again, if you only see your vet, at X number of month intervals, it's a lot easier for someone like that to say, "Oh, gee, this doesn't look right," or that doesn't look right. And if everything does look right, taking a couple of blood tests and finding out how your pet's body's functioning on the inside can, in most cases, will detect those situations. As far as run your hands over your pet. Spend a few minutes every morning and every night. Run your hands over your pet's body. Feel for lumps. Feel for lumps and bumps. Look underneath the skin and hair coat for maybe things that obviously shouldn't be there. And if you find those things, once again, that's something that you want to address normally to your veterinarian. I think just your dogs can get what veterinarians they call it a pendulous abdomen, but what that really means is the tummy, instead of sort of tucking up as you go towards the hind legs, it sort of starts to sag down a little bit, and it's very easy not to see that, especially if they've got a bunch of hair. But if you stand back to the side, and look at your pet with a discerning eye, not a loving eye, a discerning eye, sometimes you can pick up those little subtle changes that you would otherwise miss. In fact, this gentleman with this beautiful lab, she did have a pendulous, a kind of a saggy abdomen that I picked up right away. Of course, that's my job. But those are just little things that, subtle changes in appetite. A big one is behavior, just the tiniest changes in behavior, things that they used to do and that they stopped doing. Those are little things that can sort of just be screaming out loud, "Hey, you guys, I need a checkup."
I wanted to ask in regards to spaying and neutering, because there are people, and I don't know the answer to this, but somebody said you shouldn't get your dog or your cat fixed until they reach a certain age. Is there a truth to that, or is it the sooner the better?
There's absolutely a truth to that. In general, mostly with dogs, if you can wait till they're at least 2 years old, you're going to add about 30% to their health, wellness, and longevity. Spaying and neutering them as quick as you can is not beneficial to their health at all. I mean, if you have an extremely aggressive dog or, a reason, that's understandable. But otherwise, if you can put it off quite a while, that's a good thing. They actually ran a published study on Rottweilers as far as the health benefits and when should you spay them, and they came out at age 7, and 7's probably a little bit of a long time to wait just because of anesthesia and this and that. So I tell my patients, try to wait until they're at least 2.
All right, let's talk about these flat-faced dogs, because I'm a person who has owned pugs for 20 years. I also now have a French bulldog, so I'm a glutton for punishment, although they're the cutest little aliens that we've ever seen. So I love my dogs. They're perfect, and also they're the loudest things in the world. And, at what point, I did see these photos the other day of breeding where the snout on a French bulldog is starting to change, so it's longer, elongating now because of breeding, which feels it all feels strange to me. So at what point does breeding cross from cute into ethically questionable?
Yeah, it already has big time.
Yeah.
Of course, Frenchies are America's most popular pet, but Frenchies, boxers, bulldogs, they are bred so that their ability to breathe is heavily compromised by having that flat. It's cute, but that flat face is because their respiratory tract is sort of all smushed together, and that makes breathing an issue, and breathing is a pretty big deal. I see lots of Frenchies, and lots of them have a real hard time breathing that requires various surgeries, to try to correct. And the other issue is the shape of their legs. It's dystrophic, or the legs are abnormally shaped. Again, which is very cute, but you end up, for example, if you took a bulldog or a boxer, and I have a couple patients here, and you have a dog with a 40 or a 50-pound body on these little tiny 4-inch legs, and the legs are very misshapen, if you will. So the dog's ability to get around is, very, very much compromised. And the dogs are arthritic, and they're sore. And it's a hardship. And I think to the best of my knowledge, I can't tell you all of the exact breeds, but they have started to pass some laws to stop, the breeding of the dogs that are really suffering from these problems.
We're going to shift again, by the way, because there's a lot of things that cats and dogs do. I want to kind of give you a rapid fire series of questions.
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about that purring. Here's a couple of true or false. Purring is always a sign of happiness among cats.
I don't know if it's always a sign of happiness, but in most cases, I believe it is.
Okay. Is a dry nose on a dog a symbol of the dog being sick, or is that simply an old wives' tale?
Wives' tale.
All right. Is saliva antiseptic? Is dog saliva antiseptic?
I don't think so.
And let's go back to the purring thing with the dog version of it. Does a wagging tail always indicate happiness in a dog, or are there other emotions that are being communicated?
A wagging tail in a dog, truthfully, it depends exactly how the tail is wagging. There's a whole thing you can dive into on that. But if it's a mid-rise, a soft wagging tail, that it's a happy dog. But if you start getting where it's, flickering back and forth and it's getting up there real high, then that's a nervous, scared dog. So there's a lot of different kinds of wags. Now, when a cat wags its tail, that's not a happy cat. I don't know if a lot of people know that, although Lindsay might know that.
Lindsay, by the way, her dog, her Frenchie, it doesn't have a wagging tail. It has a shuffling butt, which is a constant kind of presence that it has going on there. So.
Yep, we do the butt shuffle. We for sure do the butt shuffle at home. And actually, just what Dr. Carol, you'll find this sweet. My daughter, who is 7, is an only child, and she calls the Frenchie her sissy. And I about beat up a kid the other day because we took him to the park, the other day, several months ago, took her to the park for a little birthday party, and my daughter Frey introduced her dog to the kids as her sister, and one little kid said, "That can't be your sister, that's a dog." I almost beat that kid up. I said, "Yes, pets can be our children's brothers and sisters. Leave it alone." Okay, let's continue on that lightning round and do sort of the would you ever, Dr. Carol, the would you ever lightning round. Would you ever debark a dog?
Never.
Yes, God. Would you ever recommend not treating a condition?
Well, I think we'd have to know what the condition was. For example, cancer, unfortunately, has become the leading cause of death in dogs today. There are many different kinds. So again, when you say treat, there are many ways to treat a condition like that. Are we talking about, holistic cancer therapy, with vitamins and herbs and anti-cancer diets, whereby the answer would be yes, that's something that we do a lot of. Are we talking about chemotherapy? In many cases, my answer would be probably no, because chemotherapy does not cure cancer. It treats cancer, and that is unfortunate. So I think you have to be specific. Here's another example. I have a client with a little tiny dog. The dog is a diabetic. And what that means is that she doesn't have enough insulin. So none of the glucose, which is the nutrition that the cells in our bodies live on, the cells are starving because the glucose, the sugar, can't get into the cells to give the cells the nutrition they need to live. So, the dogs are hungry all the time. They're always drinking water. They're peeing everywhere. And the owner, I guess she's an older woman. She doesn't want to treat the dog because, quote, she thinks it's going to change the dog's behavior. And that's really unfortunate, because I think it's a woman. I think she loves the dog, but she's under a gross misconception. And basically, the dog is starving to death. So that was probably too much. But it's disturbing. It's disturbing. It's disturbing to me, because you see the animal suffering for something that really is not a big deal at all, to give a little insulin shot under the skin twice a day.
I got one for you.
And then,
go ahead, Lindsay. Go.
would you ever put your own pet on a raw diet, or is that
Yes.
again case by case based on the dog?
I think raw diets are great. Again, not all raw diets work for all dogs, but in many cases, they can be a wonderful asset, and eliminate a lot of skin, hair coat, allergy, gut, all kinds of issues. There are many different kinds of raw diets, commercially available, homemade, etc. So I think you need to get into that a little bit more. But yes, there are many benefits to good raw diets.
Speaking of raw diets, and one of the things that can help, how often should you brush your dog's teeth?
Same amount of time you brush your teeth. Once a day would be great, and the goal is 30 seconds on each of the 4 outer surfaces.
And is there anything in
Once a
particular?
day?
Yeah,
Oh crap!
I know you're in bad form, there, Lindsay. But my question is there anything along with brushing their teeth in regards to particular food or particular chew toys that is particularly healthy for the dog to actually? Are there things that you can accentuate that for and give your dog a long, healthy mouth life?
That's a great point. And today we have fabulous people in marketing. And people believe that you can go out and you can buy all these chew toys because they're going to make your dog's teeth clean. And what I say is, well, let's see. If you chewed on crackers every day for 30 days, do you think your husband would want to kiss you? And then they give me this really funny look. So the thing to remember is that dogs have a need to chew. Puppies chew because they're teething, but adult and senior dogs chew because it is part of the natural canine behavior. Chewing, and there are many wonderful chew sticks and treats, etc., out there. Again, it satisfies the natural behavior of a dog's need to chew. Unfortunately, it does not clean their teeth.
Noted. So get some sticks, but do both. Okay, it's balanced. I want to end here, Dr. Carol. We're talking, of course, with Dr. Carol Osborne, who joins us quite frequently, and you can head over to Chagrin Falls Pet Clinic to find out more. She's always sending out great material, and you can find her on all kinds of different media outlets, giving us all the tips and tricks. But I want to let's also humanize, because yes, you're the good doctor of pets, but you also have to deliver hard information and kind of walk that balance of knowing when you're helping a pet versus when you're helping the human, I would guess, it's a hard thing to hear these things about our pets. But how do you personally kind of navigate that, Dr. Carol? How do you help owners accept when their pets are declining, and also kind of walk that line of how much of this is for the human, and now when do I need to know to take care of the, I mean, I know the pet is always your first responsibility, but you see a lot of emotions in your office, I guess. How do you walk that line?
Oh, quite honestly, anybody that opens the door to the veterinary clinic certainly loves their pet enough to realize that they need routine health care, or they wouldn't come in to see the veterinarian at all. And I think, that just as a good veterinarian, or a good doctor, if you will, I think it's good to know your client. But when you see a problem, in my opinion and in my experience, I try to look at pets with a preventative eye. So if I see something, that's going to be more of an issue as the years pass, I think it's a good idea to just talk about it and talk about what we can do to counteract that. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's excessive body weight, or just one of many things. When it comes to pets, there's genetics and then there's lifestyle. So especially with a lot of the purebred dogs, if you're genetically prone to a certain issue, let's say it's a German Shepherd. Many of them are prone to this arthritis, which can be pretty severe. Are there vitamin supplements and diets that you can offer to overcome what the individual is predisposed to by virtue of their mom and dad's genes? You know what I'm saying? And so we call that lifestyle. So genetics is 30%, but lifestyle is 70%. So if your veterinarian can offer simple changes in your diet, vitamins, daily routine, etc., the odds are going to be 70% in your favor that you can overcome whatever the issue may be that you're genetically prone to.
ChagrinFallsPetClinic.com. You can find Dr. Carol on Facebook at PAAWS, and then Carol on Pets over at Twitter, now X, and Instagram, Dr. Carol VM. We can't thank you enough, as always, for making the time to giving us some of the basic pets weirdness in 101. Thank you, Dr. Carol.
Well, I thank you very much, and enjoy talking pets anytime with you at all.
Dr. Carol, does the DM after your name stand for dog mom?
She's already gone, pecan. She is gone.
Oh, she's already gone.
She's already gone, but we love
Dog
her.
mom. I think PhD stand for pretty healthy dog. That's all I got. I'll be here all day.
Piled high and deep is the better way to kind of think of it, by the way. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler, great guest coming up, by the way. We'll talk a little bit about what it's like to be in charge of West Memphis history and the legend of Tina Turner simultaneously. Groovy stuff coming your way. Road Gang Radio continues. Don't forget country and western music news in the final half hour of this show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Lifting off from Tennessee to New Orleans, baby. This is Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody out there. What a groovy day it is out there. Here in New Orleans, it's beautiful. Well, Lindsay, by the way, we've been dwelling on this for a while, but I want to know what the conditions are like outside in your neck of the woods, which is different than what the situation is on the ground.
Oh, not too bad anymore. Today, I think it's going to be like in the 40s. The ice is starting to melt. There's some areas where it's still melting. The kids are finally back in school today. They were out of school for 10 days, which is right after the 14 days they were out for winter break. So do the math on that one. And by do the math, I mean, yes, we're all going crazy, but the kids are back in school today. Thank you, Jesus. And where we live out in the kind of rural area, if one kid can't get to school, then nobody gets to school, and they close everything down in our area. So it's been tricky, but we are back in business, Jimmy, and I'm ready to talk about something else, which is music, heritage, and culture, Jim. Dre, can you pivot us?
Pivot?
All right, guys, if you have ever heard a song and felt like you could just see the place that it came from, then this next guest is your kind of human, and my kind of human for sure as well. So I'm so excited to welcome, first of all, check this name out, Sonia Outlaw-Clark. I'm sure she never gets asked about that name. We are certainly going to talk about that. She's the director of the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center and the Tina Turner Museum. What a cool job. This is not just a museum. It's actually like this living love letter to West Tennessee, and from agriculture to the Hatchie River to churches, families, farmers, and musicians, all that shaped the Delta long before it was on your playlist. Yes, it also includes the legendary Tina Turner, and yes, it includes Nutbush, which lives there, but it's really about the everyday people whose stories build the soul of this region. Sonia is a storyteller. She is a culture keeper, and she is the kind of person, Jim, which is why we love her, that she makes sure history doesn't just sit behind a glass, but it keeps on breathing. Please welcome to the show our new friend with the coolest name on the planet, Sonia Outlaw-Clark. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I don't have any complaints.
I'm better because you have a name like Outlaw. That's so cool.
Yeah, by the way, actually,
It is pretty cool.
Lindsay got a chance. She often has joked about the idea of having a band called Lindsay, Lawler, and the Outlaws. And I got to tell you right now, that would be a terrific kind of combination. I wanted to ask.
The Outlawlers.
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 Outlawlers. Okay, I got it.
Sorry.
I got it.
Sorry.
Can we kind of talk about the fact that you are, like I said, you actually, with what you guys do at the museum, as Lindsay pointed out, it's not one place. It is a series of places, each with their own individual energy, and yet with a shared, not just geography, but a shared rhythm in many ways. What is it like to kind of be at the front of having to represent 5, 6, 7 places, each of which has its own voice, but at times they all sing together as one?
Well, they all have the common denominator of music. Our music history here is phenomenal, and it kind of resonates through all the areas that we cover at the Delta Heritage Center, from those fill hollers and the African American music that's kind of the base of the blues and rock and roll and, just about every genre. So agriculture is really big here, so it's easy to talk about. Of course, our music museum and our Hatchie River Museum, we consider our first musicians here to be the Chickasaw Indians. So they used our Hatchie River region for their prime hunting and fishing land. So that's a huge part of our culture. And so that all ties in. And then, of course, Sleepy John Estes, who was a blues pioneer from here, and the one and only Tina Turner. So it kind of all finds its way and weaves itself in and out of everything that's part of our culture in West Tennessee.
All right, so I want to get a little cinematic here, if you will. I think spaces and places, and certainly, locations with such rich history behind them, they carry such a presence and such a feeling when we step into them, and that certainly happens in West Tennessee. It has such a specific feel about it. So if someone had never been to West Tennessee, what would they feel, in your opinion, like the moment they stepped into the Delta Heritage Center? What's the feeling that it takes on?
I think it has a soul of its own. I think you feel the history, you see the hardship of the area, but you also feel a presence, a sense of place, a purpose. Does that make sense?
No, it does.
That does make sense, for sure.
Let me kind of take it a step further then, by the way. So if you look at the way you could actually kind of move through each one of the locations there and really kind of build a story, because, the Hatchie River, inside the Hatchie Room, but the Hatchie River is one of the great kind of, not tamed rivers for a very long time, which of course creates a lot of rich, fertile ground, which of course creates a lot of the crops and the sharecropping that go on there, which of course is where it produces the music. But let's kind of start with the Hatchie Room, and let's kind of talk about what the importance of that river there is, how it really kind of basically drives the rhythm of what comes later and what kind of springs out of it.
Well, so you're right. It is still a wild river, and when we say wild, we mean that it's never been altered by man. It still makes its own way. It does twisting and turning how it wants. It floods. That floodplain is really important to the ecosystem there. It has like over 11 species of catfish, which is the most of any North American river that we are aware of. And it weaves through most of West Tennessee, specifically Southwest Tennessee. And so that does kind of, a lot of people say, how are we the Delta? Because we're the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center. We're the Delta because of the soil, that flooding, that alluvial soil from the Mississippi River to the Tennessee River, that includes the Hatchie River and other rivers in our region. When they flood, they leave this deposit on our land, which is perfect for growing row crops. And that's really the definition of a delta. The delta goes from southern Illinois all the way to Louisiana and encompasses like 7 states. So it's that flooding and that water from our rivers and that sediment that settles on our land when it floods that is really what defines this region as an agricultural region and why it's so important to the area.
let's talk a little bit because been living through this ice storm here, and I just happened to notice on your website that it said, and I don't know if you still are or not, but it said that you were temporarily closed because of road conditions. And, we've all been going through this ice storm, and we've been talking a lot about on air when people's jobs are affected. Obviously, if you can't get to the museum and the employees can't get to the museum can't open. So I'm curious how do places like the Delta Heritage Center, in your mind, how do they continue to hold history when that, when the present moment gets disrupted? And what kind of things do y'all do when there was COVID as well, when you were shut down? How do you still implement in times of bad weather or COVID or natural disaster so that the museum keeps working as best as possible and it doesn't lose its, keeps it relatable?
Right. We try to gather history as we go. I mean, we're living history right now. We're making history right now talking. So we kind of capture our personal experiences and the experience of the area through, oral histories, documenting, taking pictures when we see something significant happening that we're aware of or that we're at in that particular moment. It's unfortunate that we have to shut down like during weather like we're having right now. Hopefully we're going to be back open in a couple of days. Our parking lot right now is slicker than it's been this whole time. So that's one of our safety concerns for our visitors. But we just try to capture it as we can and where we can as it relates to our pillars here.
I'll tell you this. It's one of those things, too, where the only way sometimes to escape from this world, in regards to sharecropping, farm cropping, delta cropping, that's really hard work. I mean, that is brutal hard work. And, of course, it was often the only option available to people of color in the Deep South. Music, of course, becomes one of the great escape routes. Can you talk a little bit about John Estes and to kind of explain why he is so important and why he kind of sits there in regards to, I guess, you could make a case that he's one of the great founders of the Delta Blues, one of the great kind of, gets it out there. Can you kind of talk about why music, particularly in this area, along with the escape factor, is so unique and distinctive?
Well, for Sleepy John, it was definitely an escape. He became blind in one eye at a young age due to a childhood accident, and he hated working in the field so much. He wanted to get out of that as quickly as he could, and so the story is that he picked a bale of cotton, and his mom used the money to buy him a guitar. But before that, he fashioned his own guitar from a cigar box. So he was already kind of picking and playing around with that. And while history says he was just maybe a rudimentary guitar player, his singing style, he was said to cry the blues, and you can certainly hear that in his voice. He was kind of fell into obscurity after kind of the birth of the blues and was rediscovered during the 60s during the blues revival, simply because people thought he had died because they felt like hearing his music that he was old when he was 19 years old. His singing style just reflected that hardship and that age, and just an example of what his life was like. And his music, the songs that he wrote, shared our area, our culture, because he was writing about things that were happening to him and people that he knew. And, in a way, that was being an early historian. He was documenting all those things as it was happening. So his style, his country blues style and all, is definitely an inspiration to artists today. And his songs continue to be sung, and his memory, of course, we try to keep it alive and keep his relevance important to the influence that he's had on music today.
Bear with me for a second. I'm actually going to talk to Lindsay here. We got a chance just last week to talk to some really great Appalachia people, some people who actually really are in the bluegrass realm. And one of the things that this seems to have in common, Lindsay, is that both of those, I think what separates the blues and bluegrass from a lot of other things is that they are the principal. There's a great tradition of Southern and country writing. There's a great tradition of urban writing. This is a case where, while you do have some literary figures emerge from these areas, the storytelling devices there are music, are principally music. That it almost becomes like the balladeer, and that the idea of Estes being a witness to the actual unfolding history, couldn't sit down and write it, so he turns it into songs, and that's how it spreads. It's oral traditions kind of spreading their way down the line. And I'm sorry to kind of take us off on a sidetrack here, but we've just been talking with bluegrass people as well, and it feels like the same sort of, not music, but the same sort of tradition of storytelling, right?
It is, absolutely. And that's why in the blues, you'll hear a lot of songs will have the same name, but their lyrics will be different. So depending on who's singing it and what's happening in their life, they could change the lyrics. They could put their own spin on things. It just evolves and evolves over time.
So let's talk Tina here, because how can we not? But I kind of want to reframe Tina a little bit. Less of celebrity here for the purpose of this conversation, and almost reframe Tina as geography here. So everybody knows Tina Turner, of course, the icon, but let's talk about what Nutbush gave Tina before the world ever did, before the celebrity ever did, and how much do you think, Sonia, how much of her power feels really rooted in this land there?
You know, it's funny you ask that, because I believe that her upbringing here is the basis for the strength and the tenacity that she showed in her career. I think, you know, I'm not going to say it was good for her to have gone through what she went through, but, you know, it was inevitable what she went through here. And it, you know, it has a way, the land, the hard work, the people have a way of building you up in a lot of cases, and helping you to find your inner strength and your ability to move forward. You know, the South is known for its hard times and its hard work, and especially the rural South, but that also builds something inside of you that you know, I don't think you can get everywhere in the world.
No, and that I think you're onto something there, which is why these kind of centers are so very much important. Because, and I've noticed something that's happened when you drive often, when you drive from, like, you know, Dallas, Fort Worth. I'm gonna skip something here: Nashville, Chattanooga, and Atlanta, and they've all got their charms. But there's also a glass kind of sculpturing McStardunks that's going on over there, kind of boulderizing of the world. The one skip in that record is Memphis and the West Memphis area and the West Tennessee. You know, I mean, it's like that whole area that runs that kind of gigantic route across the border. It just feels like a different world, like time has stood still to some degree. So the whole region sort of almost creates a liminal space, we've been using that word a lot too, where things actually kind of are held in stasis. It doesn't mean the world isn't moving forward there, but it does mean there's a heightened sense of preservation. And I wonder if that comes from the idea that the Delta could wash it all away in the blink of an eye. So people have learned to hold on to their traditions in a very, very unique sort of way. Am I making sense, or am I just waxing philosophic for you?
No, you make perfect sense.
Yeah, and so how do y'all do it? How do you do it? What is y'all's methodology for preserving the history there, other than just having what is the kind of model there to allow this place to be an educational tool and a receptacle for information? I guess that's my question. How do you do it?
You know, I wish I had a good answer for that. We just do. It's important to us. It's important that we do. You know, it sounds cliche, but if you don't remember the past, you have a tendency to make the same mistakes again, right? So by keeping our history, by preserving our history and our stories, and having a physical place that you can come to and kind of see those stories and feel those stories, I think it helps everyone to move forward. And I think it also keeps us rooted in what has been important in our culture and what has gotten us to the point that we're at now, and adds to our strength and our our determination. You talk about those big cities with all the music and everything. You know, those musicians came from our rural areas, and that's where they migrated to, and that's why a lot of those places get all of the recognition. And you know, and I agree they should, but I still have to say, you know, a lot of those people came from our rural country little towns that, you know, are just a speck in the road, like Nutbush. You know, Nutbush never had city limits. It's just a wide spot in the road, a little farming community, and you know, Tina gave it world dominance through her song Nutbush City Limits. So those little places make a difference, a big difference in not only local lives, but in people all over the world who may have never even traveled here.
Well, let's talk about those people, the characters that pop up and that are sort of on the radar, on the map, so to speak, because of Tina Turner. You know, I think sometimes people misunderstand where greatness actually comes from. I think it's equal parts perhaps your destiny, if you want to go there, and then equal parts, you know, all your surroundings and your circumstances. But you know, there are because of Tina putting Nutbush on the map, there are, you know, people like the farmers and the church communities and these river stories that pop up and are on the map. So let's look at this. If you have your crystal ball, Sonia, sorry, I hate to do this to you, but two things. Who is Tina in your opinion, in your humble yet expert opinion? Who is Tina Turner to you without Nutbush? And what is Nutbush without Tina Turner?
Wow. Well, I mean, Nutbush without Tina Turner is still a farming community. It's still, you know, there's people who still are there every day living their lives and making a living, and may not be the answer you were looking for. That's my first thought. What is Tina without Nutbush? I think, you know, I think Nutbush in the area certainly helped build her character and her perseverance, but would she have done that anyway? Probably so.
You are a really incredibly generous person, by the way. I want to point out is the fact that, like, you know, one of the things that you did earlier was like, you know, and those cities deserve it. Now, they don't deserve it as much as I like to think they are. Cities have a lot of stuff and a lot of people inside of them, and people often have very hard and hard knock lives. And and part of me wants to think. Part of me wants to think that Tina, by the way, got a lot of tough lessons that helped her get through some really tough situations. Go on, Lindsay. Go on.
Well, just back to there was no right or wrong answer to that. I just think it's interesting to think about, Sonia, the people there specifically, like we were saying, the river folk, the farmers, the churchgoers, the quote unquote normal, and I mean that as a compliment, people, and you know, sometimes somebody puts a spot, a map dot on the map, and it changes how they function, whether they want to or not. I mean, most people don't want to be in any sort of spotlight. They don't want. It's like, you know, Chip and Joanna Gaines brought all this business to the Waco area, but some people are like, we kind of like that we were the best kept secret. So, do you think any of the locals there? Has it changed the way they operate, or do they like to just sort of continue to live their beautiful lives and not be, you know what I'm saying? Like it's different how you live your life when people know where you are, I guess is what I'm saying. And has Nutbush felt that because of Tina?
You know, I think, you know, has she being who she is help this area? Yes, for tourism, for people coming through and experiencing. That has helped the area. Has it physically or helped the people to do anything different or more? No. I think, and maybe what you feel here more than anything is authenticity. I mean, we are who we are. There's no pretense really with anyone here. They're proud of Tina. They are certainly proud of Tina, proud of Sleepy John, other musicians, other influential people in other areas that have come from here. But has it, other than pride, has it changed the way they operate? No.
I like that. I love that. And I wanted to ask you as a follow-up. So since Tina is still there in presence, what can people, we've talked about it, what can people expect to see? I mean, what is her presence there now at the center? And I want to kind of get into beyond that to the events that you guys have around there, not just the center itself, but the kind of, it's an educational center. It's a place to have fun. It's a community gathering spot. So talk to us about the life that actually exists in the center itself that goes on there on a yearly basis.
Sure. Well, and as far as Tina, when you come here, we were able to save her childhood school, one-room African-American schoolhouse that she attended grades 1 through 8. And it's actually our Tina Turner Museum, and the items, costumes, and stuff like that are from her. She donated those to the center and helped to restore the schoolhouse. So we're really proud to be able to have that collection here, something we could not have done without her. So we could have saved the school, but for it to be what it is now, we wouldn't have been able to. But our events are really where we kind of help to preserve the history or educate people on the history. Our annual Blues Fest, which is held Memorial Day weekend, it's a 2-day tribute to our 3 bluesmen from Brownsville and all the bluesmen in the area. We do a Women in Blues tribute on Sunday, our Tina Turner Day in September, where we take people out to Nutbush and we show them all those sites. Even there's no buildings now, the fields, the area still looks so much like it did then. We let them stand in the middle of Nutbush and take a picture under a sign on an old store that's no longer open, and just share her history here during that weekend. And of course, we always have a tribute concert for her. Other things are bird watching. Back to the Hatchie. There's 250 species of birds on the Hatchie River at any given time, and it's in the Mississippi Flyway. So we do an annual bird festival where people come and are taken into the refuge to do guided bird hunting trips. So that's really important part of our area. And then we just have music events throughout the year, different ones. We also do a bluegrass festival in October. So we try to hit on a lot, most of the genres that are around here during the summer. We have a summer jams. That's always a fun event with just a variety of music. And we have an annual festival downtown that's really a hometown on the Court Square feeling, that's really special feeling that I don't think you get everywhere. So we welcome school groups. We do bus tours. We can do self-guided or guided tours here. And we just try to meet people where they are and what their interests are, and then try to tie it into what we have available to share with them. And then we also have a couple of other museums, our Haywood County History Museum and our Dunbar Carver Museum in town, which is the African American Museum. So we have those places that people, as they experience stuff here and want more information, that we can guide them to.
We are talking with Sonia Outlaw-Clark. Before we lose her, I got to ask about her name. She is the director of the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center, as well as the Tina Turner Museum. Okay, your name is hyphenated, so I don't know if that's a maiden name / married name. Tell me how you have the last name Sonia Outlaw-Clark, or was that stamped on you because of your position there?
No, actually, it is my real maiden name. And Clark is my married name.
Outstanding.
You need to tell your husband to take a hike because the Outlaw is so cool. I want to tell him I need to marry you just so I can take that on.
It gets really interesting, and it starts a lot of conversations. I'm pretty proud of it.
You should be.
That's very cool.
You should be. We're out of time, by the way, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank you so much for making time for us. Guys, go to westtnheritage.com. You can also find them on Facebook at WT Delta Heritage, and you can find them on Instagram at WT Delta heritage. Hope you have the most amazing of weeks. Hope you get to see a lot of cool people who want to find out more about what's going on in West Tennessee. Thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime, Sonia.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, speaking of all kinds, and both kinds, and our kind, and your kind, and my kind, Lindsay Lawler has a little country and western music news headed our way in the next half hour. I'm going to give you a quick preview of what to expect from our friends from OOIDA, and then we will drop back in. Once you go to truckdown.com, get out of that ditch, get back on the road, 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 97. They hook you up with a provider and help you get further down the road.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, we season this day because we're flying through it with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning to you, Phone Master Dre, and
Hi.
good morning to everybody out there. We like all of our friends, especially our new ones. If you have not yet subscribed over on the Facebook, do so. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, do so. And if you haven't subscribed on the website at RadioNemo.com, what are you waiting for, man? As the Chamber brothers say, the time has come today. On this Tuesday, Judge Tommy Fowler has concerns about autonomous vehicles, and those concerns might not line up with yours, but the judge for the Craighead County District Court in Arkansas says current laws on the books are nowhere near ready for the long list of new challenges that driverless cars will and already are unleashing. Judge Fowler details his concerns from the perspective of the law in an encore presentation. Plus, Tom Berg loves trucks, always has, but it wasn't until he started thumbing through trade magazines at a previous job when he realized he wanted to explore that love of trucks as a career, and he did. The contributing editor at Landline magazine walks Ashley and Scott through his early days and takes them down memory lane, recalling some of his favorite trucks over the past several decades in an encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, buddy, fun size.
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We couldn't be better. It's awesome. Everything's great. Nothing to see here, folks. Boys and girls, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show, we celebrate, well, Shabuzi and Jelly Roll and actually the Grammys. I still haven't seen him yet, so I'm just going off some hearsay. I've like questioned all my friends to give me info and insight as to what happened. And I did see a clip or two. I have seen some pictures. So I will be watching them at some point this week, but I do know enough to kind of talk about what went on. And the Grammys that happened Sunday night and, what it meant. Let's talk about what it meant specifically for country music, because while country isn't always the loudest voice in the room, on Grammy night, it does tell a story. And first off, one of the most emotional moments, from what I gather, of the entire night came when Shabuzi, who picked up his first ever Grammy, by the way, when he won, you could feel the weight of that moment on him. I did see a clip of him accepting, and, he talked about being the child of immigrants. He shared that his parents were born in Nigeria and came to this country, and that his dad sacrificed really everything to build a life here in the States. And he dedicated the award to his mother. And honestly, that's one of those moments where, the room gets quiet and you can feel that people actually do care and do want to hear what he says. And you remember, I think, why these awards still matter. It's moments like that. That's why these things matter. We see the human in that person, where we've just been passively consuming and critiquing their music, and we get to see the human side of it. So it's not really about trophies, but the stories behind them. I do also want to say that I know someone, a friend of a friend, who is selling their house here in Franklin, Tennessee for, wait for it, $20 million. You know who this person is, Jim. And Shabuzi came and looked at it, apparently. And I was like, does Shabuzi have $20 million house money? Really?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't feel like we're there yet. But maybe. I don't know. Bar Song Tipsy was pretty big. But that's really his only household song. And now I know I bring that up, Jim, because I think some of it with him has to do, he's a global sensation quicker because he's not from here. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you get that song, you get on the map, and then also it's like, oh, by the way, I have Nigerian roots. He's a quicker bridge to being global sensation than like it took Taylor Swift a lot longer after a number one to become a global sensation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the other thing about Shabuzi too is, and this is something that Taylor Swift is a little different than a lot of country and western performers as well too, but she was much more in that field. His music can be used in a dance club too. I mean, his music actually, there is something that you can play it almost in that kind of like, club night kind of situation because of what the song's about. The viral nature of that particular song worldwide really, it's that weird kind of thing where he had a hit that actually translates well as well. And then when you add in what you've just said, the personal story, it makes him an easier marketing device as well too, because it becomes, that's one of us, that's our guy. That kind of thing plays its way through. So I would agree that he was just kind of uniquely positioned with about two or three things, the combination of of what his talent does and of who he is. Just sometimes you catch that wave, man. Sometimes you catch that wave. People want to see.
Well, I'd say his story, all of it, everything taken to an account, that's somebody who's just destined to be where they are. I mean, I also believe that we can't miss what's meant for us. I think a lot of people sit around with some guilt of, I didn't try hard enough, I didn't do this or that. But if you are somebody who functions in the world, like most people we know, most people are hardworking, inspired, creative humans. And I believe that if you wake up and you show up every day, you can't miss what's meant for you. And somebody like Shabuzi with immigrant parents from Nigeria, and now he's a Grammy winner, one of the biggest stars in country music right now, in pop really. That's not random by any means. And you see the heart. I know some people who work with him and have nothing but nice things to say. So we like seeing people like that thrive. And that goes for Jelly Roll as well, because let's talk about, Jim, about Jelly Roll. I think people noticed what he didn't say as much as what he did say in his acceptance speech. He's been, of course, outspoken in the past about real life issues and about criminal reform and prison reform. But on Sunday night, he made a really conscious choice to keep politics out of his acceptance speech. Thank you for that. There's a time and a place for it. There's a difference between getting on your soapbox and maybe saying something that will move the needle and help support people and say, here's what I believe and I'm here to support it wherever I can. But you know the line that's different. And I think it was really intentional how Jelly approached it. I'm sure it was very methodical, the team behind it. It felt like he wanted to keep the focus, to stay on redemption and gratitude that he talks about so much, and the music itself, rather than drawing these lines in the sand. And that's what's important here, because for people, Jelly Roll has saved so many lives, and I don't say that lightly. There are people out there that say Jelly Roll saved my life with his message, with his music. And so for someone like that to come on and turn the focus to really that life-saving force, that life-giving force, and the music itself, and stay on task there, he has a real plate. He could go either way. He could shift the public, perspective and all his fans to fear-based, or he can keep it on the up and up. And he stayed on the up and up, as Jelly Roll is doing so much. He's on the up and up with his heart, and on the down and down with his weight, Jimmy Mack.
I will tell you, my father was cheering at the end of his speech. My dad was actually cheering at the end of his speech, and one of the things that he did focus on was his commitment. I thought the speech was great, the idea that he had two little things in each hand when he was in prison, a Bible and a small transistor radio, and that book and that music kept him alive during that incredibly tough time in his life. There was a line where it's as close to anybody has ever come positively, and I need you all to listen, has come positively in this country to saying a plague on both your houses. When he said Jesus doesn't belong to any political party. He's one of the few people that could say that wasn't playing a game. He was literally telling everybody, knock it off. It was a great moment when he was telling everybody, from the most powerful man on the planet to the most gadfly, pain-in-the-ass rock and roller or person on an island. He basically said, everybody knock it off and get a little Jesus in your life right now. And he meant the real Jesus, too. Not, your version of Jesus, which you use as a cudgel. It was moving. I thought he was terrific and dynamic, and I felt like I was in a church sermon. It just felt like my dad said, he goes, I don't go to see many fundamentalist Baptist preachers. He said, that's about as close as I've come in a long time. He was great.
Can I get an amen? Amen. So as far, we've been mentioning a year ago when they announced that they were going to add this traditional country category to the Grammys. And listen, whether you care about awards or Grammys or not, that is a real sign of the temperature of country music. And really the biggest thing that I think it does is take Florida Georgia Line. They're not up for awards anymore, but you know what I mean. It takes Florida Georgia Line out of a category with Zach Top. Like, that is apples to oranges, and there's no way to compare those. But in the past, those guys would have been in the same category. You would have had Shabuzi in the same category with a Tyler Childers or a Chris Stapleton, and it just does not make sense. So as far as the actual country categories go, it was interesting this year. The Grammys, they really do, continue to walk that line between traditional and modern. And traditional country purists really, they may feel like they're still fighting the fight here, and the modern country and Americana-leaning artists, they continue really to thrive, though, in Grammyland. So the big story number one, as I said, they finally expanded the country field to better reflect what's going on in the genre right now. We have the new category for Best Traditional Country Album and the modern, most traditional modern. So in that traditional country album category, Zach Top, baby, made history as the first ever winner for his album, Ain't In It For My Health. This was a huge win for the Roots crowd and those neo-traditional movement that's been bubbling under the surface for years. So the fact that Zach Top, who is, as far as mainstream goes and household name goes, he's probably the biggest one in bringing everything back to traditional country right now. It's also worth noting. Well, first of all, Dre, were you watching, by the way? You were, because I got a text from you.
Yes, I didn't get to finish to the end, so I only saw clips whenever I saw that he won that.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It was great. It was great. It was great. You could see it.
It was great.
You could see you could see somebody deeply moved by it. You could see
yes.
it. Yes.
Oh, it rocked them to the core.
You could see it. There were people who, it means something to those people. Give me 1 second here, Lindsay. I want to make this really clear. You guys, if you watch it on television, yeah, they're thrilled that it gets great ratings and people want to see these people. Those award ceremonies are not for you. Those are parties those people would throw themselves even if you weren't present. There are plenty of things that go on in the world where I hate to say you're not invited, but that is people acknowledging each other. That is a group of professionals getting together.
It's
for them.
They work their asses off to give you music and you content all year long. This is a time for them to celebrate themselves, and that's okay.
And it just turns out that people want to tune in and watch it, but it is not a show that has been conceived for you. And I think people lose sight of that a lot of the times and turn this into, you have certain things they got to stop doing this or that. Dude, you are being basically allowed to see their private party. That's what you're being allowed to do. And the marketeers have turned it into a marketing prospect, but it's a private party. That's it. And it's people, and that's why they look so amazed. That's why they're so thrilled when they win. That's why they're so thrilled. You didn't give it to them. Their peers did. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, you're right. There were, on the contemporary side of things, too, outside the traditional, their Jelly Roll, as we mentioned earlier with his speech, he took home the best contemporary country album for Beautifully Broken. And I'm glad he won, Jim, but if he would have beat Zach Top, that goes back to, if Jelly Roll would have beat Zach Top for best country album, I would not have been happy.
No.
The fact that he won contemporary country, I'm happy. That's cool. That fact that our two winning country artists are Jelly Roll and Zach Top, I'm okay with that. I can get on board with that. He you know what I'm saying? That makes sense. I think it lands that way. If you would have heard that Zach Top lost to Jelly Roll, that would have been a bummer.
Well, and that's where the split that you talked about is so important. That's why giving more genres and more categories to this is so important, because it's like, dude, it's also insulting in the sense of like, look, you really are comparing apples to oranges here. You really are comparing apples to, these are not the same things. This is not the same. And therefore to put them in the same category together, like I said, it goes back to the foreign film thing I made. It's like, dude, you're talking about a Japanese samurai film where everybody speaks in Japanese and feudal Japanese, and another movie where everybody is talking in French and it's a thriller. Dude, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really good they do it that way. You know, it's really good that they do it that way, particularly with music, where like you could listen to both those albums and be like, this is not the same universe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a different fabric,
right?
And different traditions, and you know, at that moment, when you make it just about a country album, one thing, it really does turn into what? It really is, everybody is a winner, because it was always 5 different genres. You know, I mean, you'd see the lineups in the best country album. It'd be like one Americana, one traditional, one contemporary. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it just felt like.
Right.
You get it.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
I get it. It is also worth noting, by the way, who was not in the room that night, who didn't show up for the Grammys, because several of the major country stars decided to publicly and openly skip the Grammys altogether. That's kind of become more and more common. We know that guy.
Who? Nicki Minaj?
He skipped it last year, maybe the year before too. No, does anyone care? I don't know. Some artists feel the show they've been speaking out about this, that it doesn't fully reflect their genre, even though they've added the traditional category. So I think that would be worth coming back to. But some people are touring and they can't skip because of that. Some are recording, and some just do not like to play the awards game anymore. Toby Keith was one of those guys that didn't like to go to the award shows. Blake Shelton doesn't very much. Now, granted, that's because a lot of them do get ousted, or they haven't won multiple times in a row. And at some point, if you don't win over and over and over, it kind of becomes like, all right, it's a lot of money and time off for me to go to these shows. Maybe if you're not going to represent me, then I won't come. But it is interesting to see people like, Miranda or whoever. I'm always curious what they're saying out there and why people are coming or not coming. Of course, there was one of the most powerful and non-competitive moments of the night was the tribute to Ozzy Osborne in memoriam, and which was a really neat time. Actually, I got a picture, Jim, from my dear friend Mark Evitz, whose girlfriend Emily Volman, who's a very good friend of mine. She used to be married to Mark Volman, who, of course, Mark Volman from the Turtles and Flo and Eddie, and he passed away just a couple months ago. They didn't even know he was going to be honored, but he was honored with a giant photo, and they had Chad from Foo Fighters playing drums, Slash, and Post Malone singing, and it honored the legacy and influence across. I mean, Ozzy is across so many different genres. He's a rock god, but he touched so many people, and so many people's musical endeavors are rooted in what he brought to the table. And so I just think you said it was one of the, Jim, you said one of the best things, or the best that you've seen them do it. You know, I always want to pause in the in memoriam segment because no matter like how flashy or chaotic the night is or the show is, that moment for the most part is just sort of a nice reset. And you're right, from what I saw, they did do it really cool this year. It was honored really well.
One of the things that they've done that I hate about the Oscars is the Oscars has decided that everybody's equal. Has decided that everybody is equal. So you'll have somebody like, I mean, really, like Gene Hackman dies, and he's just part of and you get like this thing up there where he's just part of the alphabet that rolls by, and you're like, what are you doing here, dude? It's like we really appreciate that some agent passed away, and we honor them tonight. The thing that they got right was, how do we get this large cavalcade of people? Man, a lot of people passed away. A lot of people's musical histories and childhoods went flashing before their eyes. But that they do it right. It's like, you know, I mean, think about the three moments. You know, that Reba took care of the people who we owe our legacy to. The rockers got taken care of, the people who were edgy and dangerous, and then the soul people kind of got involved as well too, each one getting their own moment. But they also knew who the big players were, and that was kind of great too. Like Ozzy gets his own screen, you know? I mean, Ozzy's got to get his own screen. He's got to. You know, that's it.
He's Ozzy.
You know, it's like, I loved that. I thought it was so well done. It really was a great history lesson. I couldn't believe the number of, I'd forgotten that the lead singer of Supertramp passed away. You know, and I thought he was perfectly placed in Reba's section because that's old school. That's a tradition setter. You know, it's done right. They did it right.
They did it right. Well, I wanted to just a little more go into Mark Volman because it hits on something that we talk about a lot in the show as the stuff that we enjoy and that we passively consume and you don't really know what's behind it. And Mark Volman, who I mentioned, of course, from the Turtles and Flo and Eddie, he was one of those artists he was a massive songwriter. His catalog is insane. He actually won a huge lawsuit against SiriusXM, who was not still not paying artists to play their music, that machine over there. And, you know, when I say, I mean, Mark is why we have So Happy Together. That is Mark Volman. That is the Turtles. That is that joy that he put out into the world. And Flo and Eddie, by the way, wasn't just a side project. That became the real connective tissue across generations of music. He worked with Frank Zappa. His music showed up in all these unexpected places. He blurred lines really between rock, and he was a hoot between satire and straight up just musical excellence. He taught a course over at Belmont on songwriting up until almost the day he died. Wow. And he's one of the biggest writers in country and I'm sorry, in music period. So to know that he still had his hands in so many areas, that spirit is just such a cool thing. So you know, when someone like Mark Volman is remembered on that stage, I think it's not as much about honoring a career. It's really about acknowledging the music history and how layered it is, you know.
That's exactly
so that's why I thought that moment was really special.
That's exactly it. They set it up as a continuum. It was an attempt to kind of let you know what these people's importance is. So when David Johansen of the New York Dolls shows up at the end of the tribute that began with the Ozzy section, the Post Malone section, it really puts, and by the way, you guys know that David Johansen is That You, Santa Claus, and of course the cab driver from Scrooged was one of the first punk rock, the first great punk rock band. The New York Dolls passed away last year. So, but where he was positioned, it just felt like it was a curated event as opposed to we want to make things so equal that we deal in equity and not equality. And it was great. It was great. It was great. That's my take.
It was great. I want to mention, because there are people talking over in the chat as well. Hello, Truckers Voices. I'm going to get back online one day to actually come on your show. Glad you're here and listening. Steve, by the way, sorry that you've got a respiratory infection, but glad you can listen to us while you're down. Hopefully we can get you up while you're down. And yes, Jelly Roll is the man, Trucker Bosun. Marshall wants to point out that it did get bad ratings. He says if it's a private party, then don't broadcast it. But I know you don't give a damn about their politics. I agree. But again, it goes back to just don't watch it. But it's celebrating what's going on over there. And I think, you know, Marshall said he did go back and watch the Red Clay Strays at the CMAs. I would have liked to seen the Red Clay Strays get some sort of acknowledgement at the Grammys. They might be up for something that didn't get announced. I'm not sure. But they are a very cool rock performance. They're somebody that's just evolving. There's a lot that went on. Just to wrap this up too, so you know. Oh shoot, where did it go? Okay, so best country duo or group performance went to, and this is funny, Amen by Shabuzi and Jelly Roll. You wouldn't think of that as country, but that's what won that. Best country song, this I was a huge fan of. It was taken by Tyler Childers with Bitin' List. That was a win. And the best country solo performance, this is also a win, went to Chris Stapleton for Bad As I Used to Be. So that was a big nod to his status as, one of country's most respected voices, of course, Jim. All of those I agree with. I will let win. Okay, we're going to pivot here.
Pivot.
And talk about something totally random, but I know some people are excited about this. I just find it interesting because we can talk Super Bowl, which of course is this Sunday. My household will be rooting for the Patriots because my husband is from New England. Bad Bunny is a halftime show. I couldn't tell you a Bad Bunny song if my life depended on it. I'm sure you're a fan, Dre, at least more than me. But before we dive into that, the culture circles about conversation they're having about Turning Point USA putting on its own halftime musical event with Kid Rock to be headlining it, which that is not shocking. It, of course, has stirred conversation because of its timing during the broader Super Bowl weekend. And we're not going political. Please don't make political comments. But it is an unusual move, Jim, in terms of how music intersects with these big national stage moments, right?
Yeah, it really is. And one of the things, Marshall pointed out in the chat about the low ratings for the Grammys. They're not really. Those ratings are secondary. It's go on to YouTube and check out the viral reactions. This is all about viral. All of this stuff is being done for the viral kind of thing. So it's interesting to see. Nobody's gonna look. The Turning Point thing is going to have interesting ratings because it's got a core audience that literally wants to virtue signal, and that's fine. What the real proof in the pudding for all of this stuff is pullable clips from all of that. What is Kid Rock's routine like? Can we pull it? The NFL halftime shows, you can go back and watch those, Lindsay. You can watch them online. So the people at CBS and Paramount are counting the number of clicks, impressions, and views over there as much as they are in the moment those things happen. I mean, the ratings for the Grammys are going to be off the chart when you start looking at online presence, and I think a lot of people are going to be able to check out both. So I think you're going to see a lot of crossovers. People will watch the halftime show, and then after the game, they'll go back and watch Kid Rock. That's part of that's
what I'll do.
It's the new world we live in. Everybody's going to watch everybody. The moment in time.
You can get everything. You don't have to miss anything anymore, even if you don't have service for a week. You don't have to miss anything. Dre, are you a Bad Bunny fan? I can't remember.
Yes, I am. I've become more over the years because the growth of his music, because whenever I first found out about him, I was dating a Colombian woman, and that was one of the things they all listened to was J Balvin and Bad Bunny, and I was like, yeah, Bad Bunny's not bad. And then this last album, I feel like it won Best Album of the Year for a reason, because just the instrumentals and how much love and art was put into that album is just profound. And then the songwriting is amazing because I got all of it transcribed just to see what this one song was talking about, the death of his father. But yeah, I'm excited to see that, and also see how Green Day are going to play into the halftime show.
Gives us old folks at least a little something to look forward to.
Yeah.
The yin to the yang. It'll be fun to watch for the spectacle of it all. I'm praying oh my God, I just realized we were going to have people over for the Super Bowl. I don't know if I'll have TV to do that.
You'll make it.
I didn't mean to laugh at you.
You'll make it. You'll make it. You'll do it. You'll get it done.
She gets the antenna out.
Okay, finally, on this day in country and Western music history, in 1959, J.P. Richardson Jr., better known as, anyone know who that is better known as?
Yeah, we do. The Big Bopper.
You can say it.
The Big Bopper.
Yeah, of course. The Big Bopper was killed in a plane crash in Iowa, along with, of course, fellow musicians Buddy Holly and Richie Valens. His best-known compositions are, of course, Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk. Woo! makes the world go round and round. There ain't nothing in the world like a blue-eyed girl to make me act so funny, make me spend my money, make me feel real loose like a long-neck scoop, like a girl. Oh, baby, that's what I like. Had to get that in. That was fun. Of course, and also White Lightning, the latter, which became George Jones's first #1 hit back in 1959. That is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Cut it. Coming up tomorrow, Jim. Another big show. What's tomorrow? Friday? Thursday?
No,
Monday?
tomorrow's Wednesday, dude. You have another We Should Write coming up.
I love that show.
We should what?
Right.
Right. That's what we got coming on around here. No, tomorrow is Wednesday. Big Wednesday, as Big Bad John Milius would say. We've got another edition of Traffic Stop with TAT. Of course, another. Wait, is that what we got? No, it's the 4th, right? Yeah, tomorrow's the 4th. Harrison Hunkin.
May the 4th be with you.
And also with you. By the way, Harrison Hunkin's going to be joining us. We're talking future trucks on Tech Talk with TMC. Education Station is going to have Justin Onakite is going to be joining us as well. And then Joe Battaglia talking about his Olympic thriller that he has just written. And Brad Beeler is going to talk about how to spot the lying liars who lie to us. It's a good show.
Yeah.
It's a
Big
good
old
show.
lying liar McLyerson. Right after that, it will be a repeat We Should Write and a brand new We Should Write at noon tomorrow with Annie McCormick, who travels the world pet sitting. Sold all her stuff so she could travel the world and pet sit, which has made room for her to write. Because, Jim, we should write.
Right.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Got a good one for you today. Here in just a moment, Ashley, we're going to hear from Judge Tommy Fowler. He's a judge for the Craighead County District Court in Arkansas. Judge Fowler recently gave a presentation at a conference sort of detailing his concerns about autonomous vehicles and current laws that are on the books and how they don't quite jive up. Judge Fowler has an interesting perspective on that we're going to hear from here in just a moment.
And after that, we sit down with Tom Berg, a name that probably sounds familiar for readers of Landline magazine. Tom is a contributing editor for the magazine. He typically writes reviews of new truck models, so we'll hear from him about his background, his favorite trucks, and more.
But first, as promised, Judge Tommy Fowler talking autonomous vehicles, the law, and impaired driving.
Judge Tommy Fowler joins us today to talk about autonomous vehicles and the impact they could have when it comes to laws. Judge Fowler, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Now, before we dive in, I wanted to get a little bit of your background, how you got your start, and what it was that made you want to get into the criminal justice system.
Wow.
A loaded question.
Block there. I graduated from the University of Arkansas School of Law in 1998. Came back to Northeast Arkansas to Jonesboro and started private practice. Was hired as a deputy prosecuting attorney in 2001. So I kind of had the best of both worlds. I had a private practice and I was also a deputy prosecutor for our county. So over my lifespan of trial work, I've prosecuted over 20,000 cases. I mean, I've tried non-jury, jury, I've tried state, I've tried federal cases. I've just been all over the board. I've had a really good life in the practice of law. And in 2015, we had an untimely death of a circuit judge here in Northeast Arkansas. And so I was appointed by our governor to fill out that term. Well, in Arkansas, you cannot run to succeed yourself. So I took this position knowing it was a dead-end position. There were no other circuit judge positions that I could run for. But the court I had been the deputy prosecutor in for 15 years, we had a judge who was retiring, so I ran for that seat. It was a contested race, and all judges in Arkansas are elected. And so I had a contested race and won, and have been reelected ever since. So I have started my 9th year on the district court bench, but I've got 10 and a half years in total.
Wow. It's impressive.
You recently, and this is the reason we reached out to you actually, people may be wondering kind of what the link is here with trucking and whatever we're talking about here, but you recently gave a presentation to law enforcement and others that our foundation director, Andrew King, actually told us about. And the subject of that presentation that you gave was on autonomous vehicles and really the impact that technology could have on Missouri's impaired driving laws. So that's a very focused kind of area right there that we're talking about. But clearly this is something that has been on your radar for a while now. Can you kind of talk about what led you, I guess, down that long path to that presentation and how this sort of kind of came to mind at first?
It's actually a funny story. And I start every presentation off talking about how this came about. But I was sitting on the couch watching the Super Bowl about 3 years ago, and the GMC Super Cruise commercial first came on, the one where they start with the clapping of the hands, the We Will Rock You song.
Yep, I remember it.
So I'm watching that, and I watch the gentleman behind the wheel, punch the button to activate Super Cruise, and he takes his hands off the wheel, and the truck continues to drive. And the truck is pulling a trailer in one scene, and it's got motorcycles in another scene. And in one scene, it actually overtakes a vehicle. It passes on the left and then merges back in. And I was just sitting there thinking, and I looked at my wife and I said, was that guy in actual physical control of that vehicle from an impaired driver standpoint? And my wife, who's a retired judge, looked at me and she said, "You are such a nerd." And I said, "Yes, I get that. I resemble that remark, but I'm a recovering prosecutor for 15 years. That's just how I think." And so I started looking into Arkansas's laws. And to be honest with you, what I found scared me and shocked me, because in Arkansas, you have to either be operating or be in actual physical control. So if law enforcement doesn't see you actually operating the vehicle, we have to turn to the definition of actual physical control. And in my state, which is a bright line rural state, two things have to occur. One, the key has to be in the ignition, and two, the driver has to be behind the wheel. So that's normally when I ask everybody in my audience, by a show of hands, how many of you still have a key that you put into the ignition and turn? And
Not me.
those numbers continuing to go down, down, and down, because most people now are a push button, key fob. I think Rivian is biometric, and so your body is the key when you get in. I think some Tesla drivers, the key is their cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
And so in my state, you don't meet that definition. And our last case law was back from 2006, which addressed this. And we had a couple of Court of Appeals judges who wrote dissents saying, this thinking is years old. And they really encouraged our Supreme Court to take the case up, which they did not. So the only way for the law to change is going to be if a case gets brought up, which I doubt any defense attorney is going to bring one, or unless our legislature changes the law. So that's what got me started. And 2 weeks after I first made this presentation to our district judges in Arkansas, I come back to Jonesboro and I have a domestic violence case in front of me. Well, it started off as a domestic violence. I had an estranged husband who called the Jonesboro Police Department because his estranged wife was at his condominium and he didn't want her there. So when they pull up, she's sitting behind the wheel of her Mercedes. The driver's side door is open. Her feet are outside the vehicle. The car is running, but they come up to investigate a domestic, not investigating an impaired driving case. So only after they get her out of the car and start speaking to her do they notice the odor of intoxicants coming from her. And then it switches. It switches to an impaired driving investigation. And they end up charging her for driving while intoxicated. Well, at trial, the state could not prove their case because no officer saw her operate the vehicle. And it was a push button start. So there were no keys in the ignition, even though the engine was running. And I had to direct a verdict of not guilty for the defense. And so that's what really got me started. And I've been asked to come states all over the country, including Hawaii, to present on autonomous vehicles. And so every state that I go to, I do a deep dive into their impaired driving law and definition. So what I'm giving them is how technology advances may impact their investigation and their impact in impaired driving laws. So that's long story short of how I got to Missouri. The gentleman who invited me had seen me present out in Utah and asked if I would care to do it for law enforcement. And I said, not a problem at all. And so then that's how I met your board of director.
Nice. That is, fascinating. Yeah. I think a question I could see a lot of our listeners having right now is thinking, well, why don't they just change the law? That's obviously not something that's done overnight or an easy thing to do.
True. And, here's the thing. As a member of the third and equal branch of government, as a judge and in the judiciary, we do not make policy. We enforce the law. So that falls in the lap of the legislature. And I have made presentations for legislators. I have made presentations for state police and for other law enforcement. And in every state that I go to, it is an interest. But like you said, Ashley, it is a slow moving process. Sometimes there could be lobby interests that get in the way. Sometimes it could be, well, we only have so much time in the legislature, and this is really not our main focus. I really think more light needs to be brought onto the pitfalls that there are in everyone's law, because I say this all the time. Every traffic law that we have assumes a human driver. That's no longer the case.
And that's what I was going to ask you too, is because again, impaired driving, that is certainly a concern. I think that all of us would have. We don't want people behind the wheel who have been drinking or taking drugs or whatever it may be. The bigger picture here, and I think the message that you're trying to convey to those people when you're giving that presentation and what you're saying to us here now, is that this horse has left the barn and it's running, and
it's not trotting. It is in a full gallop. That is correct.
Yeah, it's running and it's in the field. It's on its way to being gone, and we're all just kind of sitting here watching it, run off, and no one seems to be chasing after it. And I'm kind of mixing metaphors or analogies here, but the idea is that this technology has taken off. And we are still operating on these laws and regulations that have been on the books for decades, if not longer in some cases. And that's your concern here, I think, right?
Absolutely. Because, there are 6 different levels of autonomous vehicles. And if now is probably as good a time of any to get into those. So Level 0 is no automation. So that is your 1964 F-150. 3 on the tree. Air conditioner, roll the window down. You want the heater, roll the window up. You want to be entertained, then you maybe on a clear night in Northeast Arkansas on your AM radio, you could pick up Wolfman Jack being broadcast out of Chicago, and all your young drivers, that's going to go over their head. They're not going to know who Wolfman Jack
What's a radio?
Exactly. Yeah. AM. Level 1 is driver assist. And I use the example, that's actually, my wife's 2017 Acura MDX. And that's 2017 technology. And that is driver assist in that if I start to cross over the center line, it bumps me back over. If I start to cross the fog line, it bumps me back over to keep me in the lane. If I'm too close to the car in front of me, it'll slow me down. If I'm impeding traffic, it'll speed me up. Those are examples of the simple driver assist from a level 1. Level 2, obviously GM, Super Cruise, Ford, Blue Cruise, but the most known level 2 would be our Teslas. But that is the kind of funny thing about all this is, when they first started, their marketing was autopilot. And they had to change that. And it's after several incidents of fatalities and some of their crash data, NHTSA got onto them and they had to change. So now you won't see autopilot. You'll see self-driving because level 2 still requires a human to be behind the wheel, ready to take over because you are still responsible for the car. It can drive under certain conditions in certain situations upon appropriate highways that are clearly marked, those types of parameters. But it can't do everything at all times, but it can do an awful lot. One of our Supreme Court justices here has a Tesla, and he always likes to talk to me about this topic. But he was telling me he drove, 600 miles over a course of about 4 days and probably didn't touch the steering wheel for 15 minutes.
Wow.
And when you look at GM's map, they have over 450,000 miles of authorized road that GM Super Cruise technology can drive hands-free with the driver being alert and aware and ready to assist when necessary. That's just level 2. When we get to level 3, that's conditional automation. Right now, that is just Mercedes-Benz, and they are authorized for level 3 in Nevada and in California, though they will tell you they're ready to roll their technology out nationwide. It's just the states and their laws are not ready for it. So with the Mercedes-Benz level 3 vehicle, it does everything for you. You are still behind the wheel, ready to take over in an emergency situation, but it takes care of everything. And like I said, that technology is out of the barn. It's ready to roll. It's just that the states aren't ready. Our next level would be level 4. That's high automation. So in a high automation vehicle, there's still a steering wheel, there's still a gas pedal and a brake pedal, but you only drive if you want to drive. You are not necessary. The car can take over all functions. And even in emergent situations, the vehicle takes care of itself. And a good example of that would be the driverless taxis, the Waymo and the Cruise that we see in California, that we see in Arizona, and now in Texas, I believe. They're operating there. And then finally, full automation. I tell folks, when we get here, I'm going to buy stock in Dramamine because you are a true passenger. And so the mock-ups of those vehicles are the cabin is just seats facing each other. And so traveling backwards, I think we may have a difficult time getting used to that. And so those are the 6 levels. Even though 0 through 5, there are 6 levels of automated vehicles. And like I said, 3 is on the road right now. We see 4 in the driverless taxis. So that technology is there. And I think by the end of the decade, we'll be ready for level 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is.
I know there's a lot of information, but that's getting it all out there for you.
Yeah. Well, no, it's super helpful too, because again, this has all happened so quickly. I mean, over the past just few years, just, the robotaxis you're talking about in California and Austin and these other places, they're relatively new. Let me play devil's advocate for a moment here, because throughout human history, anytime there's been a new technology, a new thing that's come along, you've had a segment of the population that has expressed uneasiness or, concerns about this or that. This feels different to me. I wasn't around, 100 years ago, but this feels different in that we are giving full control to something else. But is there, I guess, a side of this that you can see from a legal perspective where, it will eventually work out in terms of the law catching up with all of this? I guess that's a concern you have, is that we are so far apart from the technology taking off and where the law is, that are you worried they're never going to kind of come together? Is that your concern here? What's your message, I suppose?
No, I kind of think we're in the trough of disillusionment right now. And so once technology first comes out, there's that peak, everything is going to save the world. And then, we start to realize, wait, humans were involved here. So there's some problems either in the implementation of it or the design of it or both. And so we kind of fall into that area of, man, I don't know if this is ever going to work, but slowly we will get to that plateau of where things are good. And this is kind of where I see us going. As we are an aging society, and as we still continue to want to have quality of life, think about the abilities for Americans with disabilities, or as we age, our eyesight becomes poorer, our hearing is not as well. And so with autonomous vehicles, that could still allow us to have a good quality of life, to not have to rely on somebody to come pick us up, to take us to the doctor's office, or to take us to go shopping, if our vehicle could take care of it all itself. Think about the potential in cutting down traffic fatalities.
Yeah.
Not only accidents, but fatalities. Some of the NHTSA research that I've looked at, 94% of traffic fatalities are caused by the human error.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you take that out, and it's never going to be zero, nothing is zero, but how many lives could that save? You think about the difference that seatbelts have made in saving lives. Autonomous vehicles could easily surpass that within a very short period of time, making transportation easier. If we truly merge the way we're supposed to in the zipper technique, one car after another, as opposed to, as I like to say in Arkansas, we use the honk and flip method, because I honk, letting you know I want in, and then you flip me off, telling me to wait.
Yeah, that's a good system, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It gets us nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
But let's take a step to the side and think about this. When we get on an airplane, the pilot's there to take off, and then they punch autopilot. And that technology's been around for decades. And then they take back over when we land. And so I know the skies aren't nearly as congested, though they're starting to get that way, as our roads are. But there's a lot of good potential here. Think about agriculture. How much could be taken care of at night as opposed to only being able to work during the daylight? I mean, we already use GPS to monitor our boundaries. If we're using drone type technology, why can't we have autonomous combines and tractors, especially being in the South in the agricultural area?
Yeah.
One of the funny stories I read when Russia first invaded the Ukraine, and they attempted to steal, or someone attempted to steal, a lot of John Deere equipment from the Ukraine. John Deere was able to remote kill all of that and created just a huge parking lot on their highway by being able to take and stop that.
Yeah.
Take it a step further. What about law enforcement? What if law enforcement no longer has to use the pit maneuver to try to stop somebody who is fleeing and evading and can bring a vehicle to a slow, safe stop. How many lives might that save if you keep fleeing vehicles from running red lights and running stoplights and putting other people and other pedestrians in harm's way? It's just the laws aren't there yet. I think if the technology's there, our laws are not ready.
I think we've gotten a good grasp of why at least this issue is so fascinating to me, because it holds so much promise. There, as you pointed out, there is a safety component of this. If it works out, we could end up saving lives because it takes that human error out of it. You are focusing here, your presentation and what you're talking about here about, again, where the holes are in the legal system. If you were to be appointed czar of autonomous technology law, or I don't know what the title would be, we'll come up with something catchier. But, if you were to get in there and you were able to just sort of start putting laws on the books here and there that you feel would put the correct restrictions and limits in place that would keep people safe and whatnot, what would that look like? I'm sure you've probably thought about this. What's the solution?
So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to brag on Missouri, because Missouri has done away with looking at the term actual physical control. It's been years since that has been their focus on, in their case law at least, on impaired driving cases. And they use the term drive or operate. And so different states may, like Arkansas is operate or be in actual physical control. Iowa is drive or be in actual physical control. Well, they've done away with actual physical control and they just look at drive or operate. And so if I am going to make a change or a suggestion to somebody, criminal laws are strictly construed. So if you look at the term drive, you look at the term operate. Is that present tense or is that past tense? And that starts to come into play when you look at the different levels of the vehicle. I may have driven, but I'm not driving now. Just like we look at that commercial of the GMC Super Cruise. He was driving until he pushed the button and started it and then took his hands off the wheel. So if his hands aren't on the wheel, depending on how that state defines their law, he may not be driving, but he may have operated it. And so the way Missouri defines it, that's the first state I found this way, and I really like it. I would take it a step further to include past tense, drive or has driven, or operate or has the ability to operate. That would be the global picture, the over-encompassing definition that I think would help law enforcement out to be able to potentially cut down on some of the arguments that we may have where technology has truly driven past our law.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, I think this is an interesting conversation. And again, your focus on the impaired driving aspect of all of this, I think, is fascinating too, because it raises these questions about whether we are really thinking about the things we need to think about. And I think the answer that you have found from your research and talking to people is that we have not quite gotten there yet, but we need to start thinking about it. And that's the takeaway here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially from my state, which is, coming up 19 years behind the times, because that 2006 was the last case law dealing with key in the ignition. Pennsylvania is a bright line rule state as well. They are a key in the ignition and driver behind the wheel. Iowa calls themselves a totality of the circumstances state, but they require the engine to be running. So actually, if the officer pulls up and the vehicle is not running, they've not seen the person drive. They may be behind the wheel. They may be, the engine may be running, but if they've not seen them drive, that is an argument for the defense to say that they're not in actual physical control.
Yeah. Again, Judge Fowler, fascinating conversation. Curious to see how this all plays. I guess we have no choice but to see how this all plays out because it's going to happen in front of our very eyes. But really appreciate your
yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Really appreciate your time. Appreciate your perspective. And we'll check in with you before the end of the decade
Yeah,
to see
for
where
sure.
we,
Not a
where we
problem.
stand.
Anytime. Thank you for having me.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. If you are a regular reader of Landline Magazine, you've probably seen the name Tom Berg appear more than a few times. He has been contributing to the magazine for quite a number of years now, basically doing reviews of new truck models. He was actually in Grain Valley recently to visit headquarters, and we thought, why not bring him in, talk to him about his life and what he does, and let's do that right now. Tom, you asked us when you sat down what we're going to talk about. And the answer is yes. We're going to talk. We're going to try to talk about everything here. But you are a contributing editor for Landline Magazine. You, as I just found out, this is your first time actually at home base here in
this
Grain
building,
Valley.
yes.
Wow.
Yeah, but you've been obviously talking with people, or two people in this building for a long time.
Sure.
Take us back to how your relationship, I guess, with Landline Magazine began.
Well, I've known Jamie Jones for quite a while I had a real job, you know. I started out in 1973, I worked at CCJ and Owner-Operator magazines out near Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
That was about 9 months, and then I went elsewhere. Got back into the industry, in 1978, January of 78. And Jamie, of course, is younger, so she came along later. And just, you know, at the various press functions and so forth. And eventually, I think it was at a Louisville truck show. She says, Tom, how about writing for us? Well, she must have thought or must have seen that I was thinner than before. And
You weren't eating well, huh?
Money for food.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you know, I began writing, and I do an article per issue usually.
Yeah, we read them.
Yeah.
Usually semi-technical about trucks, you know, the equipment. That's what I enjoy the most.
You mentioned your career. Take us back to that, because you do have a CDL, I believe, and you still do have a CDL, but you've had a CDL for quite a while. But you've also got the writing aspect of it, right? And we see plenty of people and talk to plenty of people who, you know, are creative people who drive a truck and have creative interests on the side. How did those two kind of meld together for you?
Okay, when I was a little boy, I liked trucks. I liked trains first, and I still do. But almost anything involving transportation I was interested in. But when I went to journalism school in Milwaukee, I went to Marquette, and I worked my way through by driving for the Milwaukee Journal, newspaper delivery trucks.
Yep.
First 2 years, I worked just in town, smaller trucks, what were called panel trucks. Those came before the
Sure.
vans that we have now. And then they had larger trucks, heavier trucks for state circulation. And of course, God, I wanted to drive those, so I did.
Yeah.
And that got me interested in trucks themselves. And I'd pick up, there were trade magazines on the foreman's desk at night, and I'd page through them. And so I thought, no, that would be kind of a neat way to make a living. And when I got beyond the desire to be an owner-operator, well, I never quite got there.
Yeah.
But I did learn how to drive. Those were all straight trucks at the Journal. Later, I learned how to drive semis at a truck driving school in Wisconsin. So then all that kind of went on hold as I had different kinds of jobs. And I started in the Army. I worked in what they called public information because I have a journalism degree. I got out, I worked in TV news. I wanted to be a news guy. So I did that for,
You're looking at Ashley Blackford here.
Well, and Scott,
famous in
we've
the Northeast.
both been news people.
I
so.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so you're still professional broadcasters.
Yes.
that's what they tell us.
That's what they tell
That's
us,
what they
yeah.
tell us. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I did most of my work at Channel 5 Eyewitness News,
Nice.
Green Bay.
You still got the voice.
Yeah, I can still affect that accent.
And
if that's
Yes.
what it
you were
is.
you were reporting?
Mostly reporting,
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
writing, photography. I produced the newscasts, which means I organized them.
I've done that. Yep.
And,
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And it was
Same.
fun, right?
Yeah.
It's fun, but my God, it's a rat race.
It is a rat race.
It's a good
So
way of
That's why I
explaining it.
ran away
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
that rat race.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from there, I briefly worked in, at CCJ and owner-operator, and then I went to other things. And in January 78, I started working for heavy-duty trucking out in California. I went out there during one of the worst winters, and I think it was that way here too, 77, 78, into the 80s. Terrible winters, a lot of snow, a lot of cold. And I went to Huntington Beach is where I lived. I thought I'd gone to paradise because I went out there without a car, but I had 2 motorcycles. And
Nice.
I could ride to work in January.
Yeah. And it's
On
still
my-
65 degrees outside.
Yeah.
I grew up in Southern
You
California,
can't do
so yeah,
this
I'm
in
familiar.
Wisconsin, so-
No, not at all.
Yeah, so I worked for heavy-duty trucking for 10 years, and then I went to, I think it was American Trucker.
Okay.
Long story. They transferred me to Indianapolis, and I got laid off.
Yeah.
And that's what started me freelancing. Technically, I'm still freelancing, although I did have a job starting back in 02 to 2017. I had a proper job because I needed health insurance.
Sure.
So that was okay. And then they kind of forced me to leave.
Yeah.
By then I was 73 or 74. I can't do the math. And so I went back to freelancing.
Yeah.
And I still write. I don't write near as much as I used to. I say I'm semi-retired, but I still write about semis.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Semis.
Nice.
What is it about that just keeps you, wanting to write? And
I just enjoy sitting at the keyboard. Once I get going, I don't always want to sit down and do it, but once I get going, I find I enjoy it. At the keyboard, it brings out thoughts. It helps me organize the story. Usually it just kind of rambles on, but then I'll go back later and fix
That's
it up.
what editors are for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I believe in sending in clean copy.
Oh, okay. You're
That
one of
way-
you're one
they
of those
probably
guys.
appreciate that down there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. But that way, too, I maintain more control over it. If
That's
it's
true, yeah.
written well and it doesn't have a lot of errors, typos, or whatever, then it's printed pretty much as I wrote it.
Yeah.
I don't have such a big ego that I get angry if they edit my copy because I understand.
Sure.
how
They got to
that
make it
goes.
fit and whatnot.
So, but the industry to me is fascinating. Most of the people in it are good people, honest people, and I still like the equipment. Mostly, what I write about is the equipment, not the back office stuff, not the computer stuff, because I'm old now and I cannot comprehend a lot of the computer stuff. But so I stick with the trucks themselves. I still do some driving, not near as much as I used to be. It's interesting that liability has become a bigger and bigger issue. So if I'm driving a manufacturer's truck and smash it up and kill a pack of lawyers, who are they going to sue?
That hasn't happened, right, Tom?
Right.
We have to, for legal purposes, we have to
Right.
ask you.
No.
That's a hypothetical. Okay,
No,
gotcha.
Yes, that's definitely
Good, good.
hypothetical. Knock on
Knock on phone.
So I used to go out on real runs with a real truck with a real driver hauling a real load. That was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I had a lot to write about.
Sure. Now
but
you're
that-
on a closed track.
That's right.
In the desert somewhere.
That's right. One of the manufacturers now want I have a CDL, but I don't have a medical certificate anymore. I just found I didn't need it under Ohio law. I live in Ohio. You don't need one if you stay within the state.
Yeah.
So in fact, I inquired about it because one of the manufacturers wants us writer guys to be completely qualified, including a driver's file, a qualification file.
Sure.
So I'm debating, should I bother getting a medical certificate again? I could probably do it, but
Yeah.
I haven't done it yet.
Is it worth
Anyway,
the
that's
hassle?
a
Yeah.
symptom of how things have gotten. And those experiences I just talked about, a real run with a real driver, et cetera, that was in the 90s. And I found that into the early 2000s, I got some opposition, not from the manufacturers or the trucking companies whose rigs I would drive a little. It was from the insurance companies.
Mm-hmm. They get a little nervous when they don't know who's behind the wheel of their truck. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they know what this clown is? He capable?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if there is an accident, who all gets sued?
Yeah.
I would be. Certainly, the owner of the truck would be. Maybe my magazine.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's taking some of the fun. Some of the fun out of it. I mean, you do still get to drive.
Yes, I do.
Brand new, fresh off the line trucks.
Yeah, the latest one was the Mack Pioneer.
Yeah.
Very nice truck. Very much like, I'm not supposed to say that the PR lady for Mack doesn't want me to say Volvo. They are sister companies.
Yep.
But it's very much like a Volvo.
Okay.
Volvos are known for comfort and quietness.
Yeah.
Well, so is this Mack Pioneer now. Then again, I only drove it around the demonstration track.
Sure.
At the customer
It kind of limits you a little bit,
experience
doesn't it?
center. So
Yeah.
now, if I got a medical certificate, they probably let me go out on the road.
We've talked before on the phone. It's the first time I'm meeting you in person, and you know it's great when we've got people like yourself that come in and we can talk to them and pick their brain. And I know you were talking with Jamie Jones downstairs for a while there, and Todd Spencer upstairs, the president here of OOIDA. We talked to him. Ashley and I have talked to him before about the early days of trucking and just what those trucks were like compared to the things you are test driving these days. It's night and day in terms of, you talk about comfort. I mean, it's night and day.
Absolutely, yes. They today's trucks are just a universe apart from what I drove while I was in college, although I thought they were pretty neat when I was driving.
You didn't know any difference, yeah.
I didn't worry. When you're young, you don't worry about comfort so much.
That's true, yeah.
But now they're so quiet and ride so nicely, and they're nice. Most of them are nicely appointed, not all, but yes, they made so many advances. And I recall in the 80s as air ride suspensions came into use, they made a big difference. White Motor Company was a dominant builder of heavy trucks, going way back into the early part of the 20th century. They were in Cleveland, and I drove some Whites while I was at the Journal in college. And but White got overstaffed and undermanaged, I guess you could say, and eventually went bankrupt in the 1980s. But before that happened, I remember driving a White Road Boss tractor. It was a conventional, and it had a steel spring suspension that White had the audacity to call Velvet Ride.
Velvet Ride.
They should have called it Cast Iron Ride.
They were trying to sell it, huh?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
it wasn't like Velvet. Wasn't a smooth ride.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Not
That's
at all.
why I suggested Cast Iron Ride, although it was really steel.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an example of a fleet truck, and that is what people were used to.
Yeah.
Whenever you make things more comfortable, it costs more. An air ride's going to cost more than a steel spring suspension. The insulation in the cab to keep things quiet, quieting down the engine and all the drivetrains. There was a lot of work done in the 80s to meet, there were federal standards for noise.
Yeah.
Not in the cab, but outside.
Right.
People complain about trucks going by, they make a lot of noise. So there were standards, decibels, a limited number of decibels that a truck could emit. So awful lot of work was done on that.
Yeah.
And but some of those benefits went inside the cab for the driver. So what has not changed though is all the problems that drivers face on the highway. You still have traffic. You still have law enforcement.
Truck parking.
Truck parking is a major
yeah.
one. You still have bad treatment at consignees and shippers.
Yep.
I can't believe that some of these people will not let a driver use the restroom.
Yep.
It's just astounding, and I guess it's in the next highway bill.
They're trying to, yeah.
And why something as basic as that needs to be part of a
Written
federal
down.
law
Yeah,
is
that's crazy.
astounding.
It's interesting that you bring that up though, because to your point, we've seen so much progress in terms of the technology that's now going into trucks, how comfortable they are, how efficient they are. We've talked about that. You and I have before as well. It's sad that there are these other issues. Maybe it's because those issues are a little bit easier to fix, and there's a bottom dollar at the end of the day for them if they make these improvements. But do you ever think about that in terms of how far we've come from one place on one, that one issue, but we're still so far behind?
Well, are you
others?
saying they're more complex? Because they definitely are.
Yeah.
And all these advancements, clean burning diesels, for instance,
Yeah.
they're incredibly clean burning. You can stand by a tailpipe if it's low, and you can almost breathe straight out of the pipe because you can barely smell any.
We're also legally obligated to say don't do that also, including running into a bunch of lawyers.
Don't try this at home, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, however, the equipment needed to achieve that is very complex and troublesome.
Yeah.
So you've got sensors breaking, for instance. In the current issue of Landline, I got an article on certain sensors, certain other components break sooner than fleet managers expect them to.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the worst one is the diesel exhaust fluid sensor.
Yep. Get a lot of complaints about that.
Yeah. So, okay, now the truck's going to derate, the engine's going to derate and slow you down. That didn't used to be a problem at all. Yeah, you had some smoke, but by gosh, the truck ran and ran and ran. I would say in the mid-'90s to late '90s was probably the golden age of the diesel engine because they were very reliable. They started getting fuel efficient. They were electronically controlled, but that wasn't all that. The electronics weren't all that complicated at that time.
Sure.
So, but yeah, there's definitely a price to be paid for all those advancements. And the more electronics you throw into a truck, I think the more trouble you have. The biggest complaint among fleet managers back in the late 70s, 80s when I started writing about trucks was electrical problems.
Mm-hmm.
And that is still the major thing. And now not just wiring and so forth, it's the electronics on the truck.
So many electronics in the trucks
and,
now.
At these meetings I go to, used to be a heavy truck had about 600 electrical circuits. Now there's 15,000, and I want to scream, why do you need 15,000 circuits on a truck?
But you don't. You don't scream.
No, I try to be polite.
You try to be diplomatic.
I'm a guest there. I'm only a guest.
Yeah.
So, I heard of when automated transmissions started being used. One of the fleets, early adopter fleets, found they needed somebody at each of their shops, and they were a nationwide fleet, a guy who was able to trace shorts, to trace wiring.
Yeah.
Because a truck would come limping in, the transmission wasn't shifting like it should, and the guy had to go just trace circuits to see where the short was. Usually it was a short somewhere other on the chassis, not connected to the transmission.
Yeah.
But that problem, that short, would migrate to the transmission controls.
Become like a detective trying to find out all these things.
Why not segregate those circuits?
Yep, right.
To keep that from happening. But you know what? Nobody called me and asked me.
No?
They call you folks? Anybody? No?
I didn't get a call.
I got a voicemail, but I ignored it. But it probably wasn't from them, though.
Yeah, you know, as you get old, you start having you compiled a lot of answers, but nobody asks you any questions.
Nobody's listening, yeah, for sure.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've bbeen helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
I'm curious, I mean, you've tested a lot of trucks over the years. Is there one in particular that stands out from the rest?
Good or bad?
Yes, let's hear both.
I'm not going to mention brand names because...
Sure,
that's fine. That's fine.
Huh?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
All right.
Let's air all the dirty laundry here, Tom.
In the late 70s, 78 or 9, when I first started, I went up to Kenworth near Seattle. And I was climbing into, there was cab overs. Cab over was the type of vehicle then used. And I was climbing up the ladder to get into the truck. And there the ladder was behind the front wheel. So you climbed up and then you moved to your left. You already had the door open and there was a grab rail that went up vertically and then it bent to the left and over the top of the door opening. So I reached for that. I had my other hand on the vertical handle, and of course my feet still on the steps, and that handle came right out of its brackets.
Oh no!
And I could have fallen backwards onto the pavement, and the marketing guy was standing down there. Oh, I thought he was going to crawl into a hole and stay there.
I bet, yeah.
But in the late 70s, this was true in the automotive industry in general. There was lousy quality. The building of cars and trucks was not very good at all.
Sure.
Find yourself a 70s car and look at all the gaps in the sheet metal.
Yeah.
And it was true in heavy trucks. And they were cramming. There was a boom time.
Yeah.
In truck building.
They're churning them
out. They were
out.
trying to crank them out as fast as they could. I worked with a guy who did test drives at that time, and I forget. I think it was a Chevy or a GMC. They were in heavy trucks. General Motors was in heavy trucks until 86 or 87. And he said the elbow leading from under the cab, the exhaust elbow up to the stack. That actually fell right off in his hand. He touched it, he grabbed it for some reason, and it came right out of there.
You don't want that.
No,
it's not good.
No, I don't think you're going to find those kind of errors, those kind of defects now.
No,
in trucks now. In some senses, of course, we talked about the electronics problems.
Yeah,
they're more expensive and niggling. The mechanical stuff you can deal with.
Sure.
You know.
Well, if you know what the problem is, too, half the time you can do it too. But the electrical, that's when things get, as you pointed out, that's when things get hairy real quick because they can spread and cause problems elsewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's called migration.
Yeah.
Of the problem.
Yeah.
So still, they are very nice trucks to drive, and they go up and down the road, and they make money when they're running.
Sure.
And but the difference, I think we started with a basic question about, the difference between the trucks in the 60s and when I was driving. And just a world.
Night and day.
Worlds of difference.
You mentioned some of the, Ashley had asked you, maybe your favorite or least favorite. I think you mentioned some of the problems there, but do you have a particular truck or even just a test drive where you got in and you're like,
I never answered your question,
You're
Ashley.
fine. Yeah.
I would say there's a make of truck called Autocar, and that is the oldest nameplate in North America, not the oldest in the world. 1897 in Pittsburgh, PA. They started making auto cars. They were cars, automobiles, and then they got into commercial trucks early on in the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
And that was made continuously until about 1997. Volvo then owned the brand. The Swedes did not appreciate the value of the Autocar name. To them, Volvo was, I think they had an altar somewhere in the building where they all worshiped the Volvo name.
Maybe, yeah.
And they hosted a American Truck Historical Society meeting in near Greensboro, and after that they dropped the Volvo, or correction, the Autocar name. And Jim Hebe was a guy who ran Freightliner back in those days. He was a character, and he claims he actually called up the president of Volvo Trucks and offered to buy the name from him, and of course
got shut down.
The guy wouldn't sell it. But they gave the name away to a company that is still in business and now makes Autocar trucks. They make mostly trash trucks.
Okay.
But they're in other vocations as well, concrete pumper chassis, and they make dump trucks now and mixer chassis, and some of them are made in Indiana, others down in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I just have a fondness for the name, and the trucks they make now are very good trucks from what I hear.
We are out of time for today, but to listen to the rest of our conversation with Tom Berg, you can head over to Trucking with OOIDA on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts.
And that's our show for today. Thank you for listening, and thank you for all you do out there to keep America moving.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.